All right, good morning or evening, and welcome to the virtual 4 hours at Paul Ricard. Here at hosted here by tracc.eu Racing. I'm Charles the 14th, broadcasting and doing the camera work today, and joining me is Polu Kai. Uh,
Yo, how's it going?
doing
We
doing
out
well.
here. Yeah. Well, I mean, for us Americans, struggling just a bit, but, we get by.
Yeah, it's 8 in the morning by us, so well, and sometimes earlier. I'm on Central, so West Coasters, it's gonna be 6. So,
Yeah, even earlier. I know that I honestly had trouble sleeping, so I think I've been up since like 5 in the morning.
oof. Yeah, I got lucky with my alarm setups that I was able to make it in time. Uh, that being said, we're currently entering the qualifying as drivers are getting out doing their initial laps. Paul Ricard's at least a visually interesting track. They kind of foregone the entire put grass and sand out and just make a big parking lot and draw the lines in place.
Yeah, but I believe if I'm correct to assume, the lines are some sort of like adhesive or something that causes the cars to slow down if they slide over them.
Huh. That's kind of
That's why
interesting.
the lines are there. So that's why they have long runoffs. But I 100% believe that the material that the lines are made out of is some sort of substance that helps slow down the cars. The blue being like a moderate kind of stopping force, and the red being more extreme.
Okay.
Hence why you see the red closer to the wall.
Yeah. I mean, I'd imagine blacktop is going to be better for stopping a car because on grass it just slides. Sand seems to be king, but I'm also not super well versed in the actual physics of higher meat grass.
Yeah, I mean, unless you drive in NASCAR at Daytona. Funny enough, I was actually at the race where Ryan Preece had his incredible crash. I only saw the dust cloud as I was sitting right at pit entrance, but it was a very, very surreal moment to be there in person.
Yeah, I've seen a few crashes in person, mostly like dirt track and short ovals. A couple in drag racing as well, but those are very different from a road course type or like a very high speed course like a NASCAR or, in our case, GT3.
Yeah, without a doubt. I know that I've seen, with my experience in Road America on my motorcycle, I've seen a couple of guys go down in front of me. Actually had one guy break his collarbone the day I was there, so but he's all good now. He's all recovered and everything. But anyway, point beside that, seeing the first sort of like laps being completed here, what are your initial thoughts or predictions for qualifying here?
I have a feeling. Well, I see Edwin Law here. Uh, he's a very consistently a very fast driver. I have a feeling he's going to be one of the higher contenders as usual. Reska Kyoso probably not going to be too far behind, but close enough to put up a little bit of a fight, hopefully. Um, what else we got in here? Yep, sure enough, Reska Kyoso setting their first lap with a 154. Lindfar.
Yeah, these guys are incredibly fast around here, at least compared to the lap times that I've been able to put in.
Yeah. Now uh, I believe this is a newcomer. At least I don't recall seeing them in previous races. Chico Lindfar actually beat Kyoso in Law's time. Now, granted, it is the first lap, so there's still, 10 minutes for them to improve on it. But it,
Without a doubt. That's not the same guy who won last race, did he? The 4 hours of Donnie?
I'm trying to remember, and I'm not sure off the top of my head. Either way, if well, no, because they're running a very different car. This fella's running a McLaren. I believe last race they were running an Aston. Uh,
Okay. But to be fair, the drivers for this series have been given an additional car change because of BOP being introduced at the Donnie race.
that is true. We might be seeing Might be seeing a very nice little surge of new talent overall. I believe
I don't doubt
actually,
that for a second.
yeah. That being said, I don't see a Aston on the field, so it might be the same fellow.
I
Uh,
know it was a French. I think it was French. It was like Van something. He had Van in his name. That much I know.
yeah, Van Ball.
Uh,
No, because they're running there is a French. That at least I'm assuming that's a French driver, based on the flag, because red, white, and blue is a very commonly used color scheme. Um, and being American, I am very poor at European flag recognition. But we do have a Van Ball running a Ferrari.
hmm. I'm not sure I entirely recognize that name, but I think it was like Van Eern, I think was the guy's name. But yeah, definitely just seeing the variety of people joining in on the endurance series. We welcome one and all to these kind of events. It's really fun and awesome seeing all the drivers being able to participate in this. So we got a yellow flag in Sector 1, it appears.
Yeah, it looks like it. We had, well, wasn't able to catch who it was. I don't think it
Pretty
was.
sure it was just someone reset into the pits.
Yeah, that seems to be very common practice in sim racing. Not a bad practice, as it gets you back nice and quick, and you're not running things slow for the other drivers. That being said, we will be taking a quick 30-second pause at some point during qualifying to load the drivers' custom liveries, or liveries, as there was an oopsie daisy.
Your Honor, my client pleads oopsie daisy.
Correct. We'll find if that determines me as guilty or innocent.
I mean, to be fair, in our defense, like this was extremely last second on both of our ends. So last second, in fact, that I'm actually reporting live from my car.
Yes, I do see your car on the track right now.
Yep, just coming down the back straight right now in the Porsche 992. I will say this car is very squirrely, especially coming up to this fast turn here. However, top speed isn't really the best, but I know that Yuki wanted to drive this car, so that is why we chose it.
I see.
And God, I need to figure out Paul Ricard. The only time I've driven this track is in Formula One games.
Yeah, my only experience with Paul Ricard is in Assetto Corsa Classic,
Oh, jeez. I
wherein
don't even.
I would often there was a few times where I would just yeet it through the blacktop sections and call it good because I was racing against AI. So
That's a fair judgment to make. I have no idea if I'm improving or not. My fuel light's on my dash, so I can't see anything. But
So-
survey says, oh no, that was terrible. All right, I'm just gonna. Anyway, who else is racing?
well, we got 13 other drivers. Got Edwin Law is currently the pole sitter with a 154.3. However,
Just barely.
Yep, Jay Mystery is right behind them on the high speed, low drag. Jeez, motorsport Porsche at a 54.4, and then one Nathaniel Fever PHX. I know what he's going for with that name. Also sitting with a 54.4. Only 0.04 of a second behind Mystery.
Yeah. It seems that the top three are just split by 800s. That is crazy.
That's a very delightfully close qualifying session so far.
Now make it the top 5, as we have identical laps between 4th and 5th place.
Ooh. This is looking very promising for our race.
Very promising indeed. The Ferrari, the 296 is seeming very consistently strong, or like within 2/100ths of each other. The top 3 Ferraris currently.
Yep. That being said, our lead car is a McLaren, and second is the Porsche. So the BOP changes starting to kind of do their thing. Um, let's see. Taking a look at our grid composition, we have 3 McLarens, 5 Ferraris, 3 Porsches, the BMW of Paige Morton, Albert Gregor's Aston, and Bryce Millare rocking the Lamborghini.
Yeah, if I will say, if you guys want to get like a tutorial on how to drive this track in the Porsche, just watch Mystery. Do not watch me. I am not good in this car.
Let's take a look at Mystery's lap so far. Now, it's also worth mentioning, I do not have the turn names super memorized or even really known. So that is going to be something to, mea culpa.
I didn't even know they had turn names.
They might be numbered. I don't know. We'll give them our own turn names as we learn it.
Yeah, that's all. That's all the French I know. That's the extent of my French. Well, I digress. Voilà do. Best Fall Out Boy album out there. Go give it a listen, please.
Let's see the extent of my French. Un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq. And I'm saying that in the most American way possible because I learned it by saying 1, 2, 3, cats sank into like the water. Really morbid way of learning it, honestly.
Right on. But if I remember, there's like this one online like meme of this person parodying like Sesame Street, where he does like a Slipknot song that's like I can only count to 4 or something like that.
Oh yeah, I think that's Psychostic. They've got a lot. They got a couple of those. I love them.
I love that.
Lucas Leighton getting into a little bit. Oh wait, no, he was just returning to pits.
So, a main feature of the ACC version of Paul Ricard is the lack of the chicane on the back straight. It is solid, flat out, all the way until you get to the right-hander. So, like at Monza, we're going to be keeping an eye out for some top speeds today. Who currently is the fastest out there in terms of outright speed?
I'm not sure I could actually see that stat where I'm looking. Like I got lap times.
If you're looking in race control, there should be a window where you'll be able to, yeah.
So far, our fastest is actually Mortiz Hiccup, who's running at 286 kilometers an hour in the 296.
Oh God, I am a whole 10 kilometers slower.
A speedy boy.
We'll do it. We'll see what we can do. But yeah, currently, the only reason I'm in the car right now is because I'm covering for Yuki, who's currently, should be on his way at some point, I hope.
Well, we can use this as a prototype for mid-race interviews, disregarding the complexity of getting a driver onto Discord in the middle of a race.
We will do it live.
Yeah. Little improvisation today. Nothing wrong with that.
One thing I'm going to note, though, I'm hearing a lot of thunder.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Well, I'm not seeing it on the forecast for the race. However, when joining the server, I did see the little thunderstorm icon, so this might be a spicy one.
It'd be definitely very interesting to see how the cars would be able to, like, adapt to the rain. Not to mention going down the very long straightaway.
Yeah.
In the wet.
I'm going to use this space between, well, as we have 14 seconds of qualifying left, well, 7 seconds of qualifying left by the time I finish that sentence. Currently, we have one Chico Liventar sitting in on pole with a 154.1, with Von Ball just two tenths behind them with a 54.302. Nathaniel Fever with a 54.307. That is 5 thousandths slower than Van Ball. So very close gap between first and second. Edwin Law with a 54.36, so only 500th behind. And then we have, oh my goodness, there is less than a second between the top 10. There is exactly 1 second between first and 10th position.
I see that. That is. Oh, this is gonna be very, very close and enticing
Yep.
racing if I've ever seen.
Yep. So this is delightfully close. I'm going to switch out so I can get the libraries loaded as they have been
Mm-hmm.
installed. And I'm going to do that in the gap between the qualifying and the race so that none of the action is missed.
Precisely.
And then we will get this going. There we go. We are ready for...
Okay.
We are ready to go. Oh, looks like Matthew Hiccup was actually able to sneak a pole in that time. Let's,
Moritz Hiccup on pole.
Hiccup
Wow,
is
would you
on
look at
pole. So, taking a look at our starting grid, in the lead, we have Hiccup, Leventar, Von Ball, Fever PHX, Edwin Law, Jay Mystery, Fresca Kioso, Lucas Leighton, Bryce Milare, Albert George, Paige Morton, Zafratos, Jun De Jong, and Aether Yuki, bringing up the coveted 14th position, as is my namesake.
All the way back there. Yep.
We've got 56 seconds before race start, as we wait for the grid to kick off. This should be an interesting one. It is a smaller field than last time. However, it is also like the day before New Year's, so a lot of folks are out with out on holiday. To quote another Green Day song.
Yeah.
Let's see how this pans out. Now, there is a full formation lap in accordance with tracc.eu guidelines, so drivers will have that chance to heat up their tires and brakes a little bit before the race kicks off.
But only a little bit.
But only a little bit. Never enough. Well, unless you, like, do some kind of voodoo. You know, the sim racing voodoo. I'm sure brake dragging is an effective strategy. All right, and they are off on their formation lap with Hiccup starting out a little bit ahead. I want to see what their times were in the qualifying bit, but I might have to check that afterwards. As we have 4 hours of driving ahead of us. Settling in for a nice little endurance run. Now, the other question is, do we have any solo drivers today?
I believe Paige Morton is a solo driver. I know that for sure. But if we look at the timetables, you should be able to see who's solo and who isn't.
Yeah, it looks like for solo drivers, we have Mortiz Hiccup, who is our pole sitter, is going to be driving solo, as well as Nathaniel Fever PHX, JS Mystery, Bryce Milare, and Darizat and Zapritos. Zafiratos, sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost half the field is running solo today.
Well then, that'll be interesting to see just how sort of like they can adapt to the long race length by themselves. A couple people in the back here kind of getting caught off from the slower speeds they have to take compared to what they'll be at the race speed.
Yep.
Everybody weaving back and forth. You see.
So it's fun to
Everybody
see the difference in brake zones when you start that first out lap.
Oh yeah, always is. So In other news, looks like Yuki was not able to make it in time, so I will be running the first stint, which I actually switched over to on SimGrid for that exact reason. I had a feeling this was going to happen, so thankfully, we got everything sorted.
All right, good luck. Just keep in mind every time you mention that you're driving, you are risking invoking the commentator's curse on yourself.
Oh my goodness, I just realized that.
Yeah.
I could commentate and curse myself. I mean, I'm already last. How worth? Actually, I should probably stop
Yeah,
talking.
don't finish that sentence. It would be ill-advised.
Oh well, we will. Yeah, we'll just be going around the corner here. We're almost around here. This track is just very big and wide. It takes a bit for the laps to get around. So, like, if you're at the front and you can control the field, I would personally recommend, like, either slowing up the field to the point where you can, like, bunch them all up right at the hairpin on the last corner. Or what you can do is you can try and get to the line as quick as possible so that way your own car benefits from it and having temperature in your tires and everything.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. I imagine they have, like, a certain speed that they can't exceed. Otherwise, this would just be an outlap.
Without a doubt. But I think I'm going to leave you to the opening laps here. I'll focus on not dying.
All right.
And may the odds be ever in your favor.
I mean, the odds are in my favor. I'm sitting here nice and comfy from the commentary booth with my iced tea and a couple of beverages of choice.
Well,
So,
I wish I could have that right now.
So, yeah, good luck. See you once it's sorted a little bit. All right, they come up to the line. They are green, and we have a very poor camera angle. Let me fix that. Ortiz Hiccup's got a little bit of a jump on the pack. He's trying to make himself a little bit wide as he goes into turn one. He's going to hold that lead for now. I just saw the little marker go flying, bouncing around the course with Leventhal getting into trouble.
We got a McLaren. There's contact. Oh,
we've got you. Zafritos seemed to get out of it mostly unscathed, but Leventhal got a little bit turned out. Let's see how that went down right at the start. Well, actually, we're not going to worry about that too much because we still have the lap one shenanigans. Edwin Law and Rescacchioso gaining a position as Albert George falls back through the field a little bit as well, along with Bryce Millare. They might have just yielded that in the confusion of that turn one spin, as is the Sim Racing Classic. Ortiz Hiccup trying to take advantage and get as much of a gap between himself and Midstry as possible. Basically doing the classic run-away maneuver. Especially down this long straight, there's not much space for maneuvering. It's going to be a drag race all the way through. Ooh, several cars going quite wide, almost getting into each other as they come out of that run. As Lucas Leighton makes their way around Albert George, and George falls back, also getting overtaken by Paige Morton, although they go too wide. George taking the position back as Paige gets a little bit of a bump from Bryce Millare. Just a slightest tappity-tap. Leventhal making their way around Zafiratos.
I can tell you this for sure, the action is definitely not limited.
Yep, Paige Morton right on George as they go through. As they set their first lap times, we will see how this is starting to focus out. Right now, Hiccup's got himself a 1.6 second gap at this beginning lap. Now, this being an endurance race, it is 4 hours. The first lap means very little outside of any sort of crash damage that drivers might have to be dealing with. Speaking of which, Zafiritos is going into the pits. His car looks a little scuffed. Could be worse. I don't think it's going to put him out of the race, but it is a stop that's going to need to be made. Meanwhile, the rest of the field less than a second apart overall. Every driver kind of looking to for a balance between settling in and getting around that car in front of them for that early advantage.
The toe down the back straight here, helping a lot of drivers out with getting that extra speed that they need, like this McLaren behind me.
Yep, I'm seeing Edwin Law. He is using some of that toe. He's going to use that to get around Resca. Oh, never mind. Resca is going to hold him off a little bit. As Leventhal gets around you, that is the car that spun in turn 1. Wasn't able to tell if he got the boop or if it was just the cold tires problem. But
We'll have to figure that out, maybe in a post-race interview. But yeah, letting him by, not really my fight there. I'm just kind of here to enjoy the last race of the season in a car that I don't really know. As people would say, we let it roll.
Yeah, that. That being said, this race we do have live stewards this time, so this will be a very nice thing for some of the drivers, especially if kind of correct things on the spot.
Oh yeah, that's right. I completely forgot to mention that there is live stewarding here for this race. Yeah, this is along with live commentating, we're also doing live stewarding. Bit of a trial run for what we plan to do here at Tracc.
Yeah. Look at us being all official and such.
Oh man, it's the first time in a long time I've been official.
Oh, I mean, we're not officials. We just talk good. Okay, we talk okay.
Well, I mean, we're American. We have the superior accent.
Yeah, we have the OG English accent.
Quite.
Yep. Mortiz Hiccup able to build a little bit more of a gap. It's currently at 2 seconds between himself and Mystery. As Edwin Law also slowly trying to work their way around Resca. But Kyoso's putting up a good, solid defense, keeping that McLaren at bay. Oh, as Van Baal goes a little bit wide, getting very close to the cut in front of both Kyoso and Law. Looks like they're all right.
Proving very tricky for some drivers.
Yep. Edwin Law able to use the braking to get around Kyoso and nab that P5. Meanwhile, Nathaniel Fever is trying to lure in Jayash Mystery, who in turn is trying to reel in Mortiz Hiccup.
A little Porsche that could.
Yep. This is that delightful up-close first stint. Chico Leventhal
Precisely.
Looking to take 11th from Joshua De Jong. As he gets right up into that slipstream. For a good place to make a maneuver.
Oh, you can see on the side of the car there, he does have some damage.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a scrape. Meanwhile, Edwin Law, Rush after taking P5 is currently sniffing at P4 of Gies van Val. They go side by side down the straight.
God, that's such a cool shot. Look at everybody going down the straight.
Oh, meanwhile, Fever is going to get on the inside of Jay Mystery, make that stick through the turn. At the same time as Leventhal gets around on the straight, and Van Baal also works their way around Resca Kyoso.
Track limits, never heard of her.
Yeah, Paul Ricard is built that way. However, there's always the classic drive-through penalty that we may see a bit of today.
Now, yes, and on that subject, with Mortiz Hiccup currently in the lead, one thing I want you to keep note of is his driving style. It's something that I pointed out before, and something that I really find interesting about Hiccup. His driving style is extremely on the loose end. I want to see if he'll be able to preserve his rear tires this entire race to keep that lead. Because if I'm seeing things correctly here, there are a couple of people who are just blasting it around this track, trying to go as fast as possible, and will definitely be challenging Hiccup for the lead.
Yep. That being said, he has been able to maintain his gaps so far, kind of hovering between that 1.5 and 2 second range.
And coming from personal experience, he defends like a lion. His defense is honestly impregnable at times. So, we will definitely be seeing some exciting battles for the lead coming up in this race. I guarantee it.
Yes, his defense is impregnable, his style impeccable. He's Alexander today.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the first lap incident. So coming from a driver's point of view, I was all the way in the back of this. Now, I'm not sure if the cameras picked it up, but there was, we were going 3 wide into the first 2 turns.
Yeah, it was
very tense.
Very bunched up. There was a lot happening.
Very tense. But then with the McLaren spinning around, obviously evasive maneuvers were taken. However, suddenly I felt a bump, and then I ended up getting just kind of spun into the infield. However, I did not spin. I still managed to save it, but I'm currently running with 2.3 seconds worth of damage right now. Not as bad as it could have been, admittedly, so we will roll with what we got. But it will definitely... it'll definitely be a show of who can just remain the most consistent and last the longest, as that's what endurance is all about, baby.
Yep. Speaking of which, looks like Hiccup had a little bit of a slip as Nathaniel Fever has gotten below the 1 second barrier. That's going to put him just on the edge of being able to get into that tow zone of Mortiz.
So he's got DRS?
No, I think it's just the classic drafting.
Well, as an American, I love bump drafting.
You know,
if only I had a teammate right now who would just be willing to do that.
Yeah, I do have a small theory that Americans would be quite well suited to endurance racing, given the fact that we drive for multiple hours without any sort of hesitation. That being said, Paige Morton is currently battling with Albert for that P8 position. She's at 0.3 of a second of a gap, so she's reeling them in slow and steady. Meanwhile, Hiccup able to kind of keep Fever at bay for now. That gap isn't closing, at least for now. In fact, it's actually widening up a bit. It's about to... Oh! Hiccup's going to go very wide. That's going to put Fever right on his tail.
I told you, it's going to get intense.
Yep. Now, Fever went a little bit wide through the following turn, although not to the same degree. So we have our battle for the lead starting to shape up. But, in the words of the wise, we shall see. Hiccup doing his best to keep the car clean now. That loose driving style is very fun, I will say that. However, it does stress the tires, and it can lead to a little bit of slow, especially in a GT3 car.
It's a double-edged sword. He can be so quick and fast in the car, as you see, setting fastest laps and getting pole. But the other side of that blade is the quicker deterioration of the car.
Yep. And for an endurance race, that might not be what you want.
But what you are going to start seeing now is his impregnable defense, his maneuvers that he's able to pull off just to keep the guy behind him. You'll notice how he slows a bit more on the apex to try and back him up into the onto the straights. You will definitely be seeing it on the run up to the straight. They're already on it, never mind. But pay attention to those slow corners. You will notice how he is backing him up in apex to try and get as much of a straight line advantage as he can coming out of the corners.
Although it looks like Fever is kind of tracking that as he's going way off to the side before they even get anywhere near that braking zone. And
Oh,
he's
he
just
defends
going
the
to use
inside.
that against Hiccup. He's going to go side by side. They're going very wide through the turn. Still side by side to the next corner. Fever gives a little bit of space. Goes for the switchback as they go back side by side on turn exit.
Oh my goodness.
God, they are just hanging next to each other through that entire section. Little bit of contact there between the two cars as Hiccup starts to slide out, giving Fever just that a little bit of advantage through the turn as he pulls ahead and takes that lead position. I'm pretty sure that was like 4 or 5 turns that they were side by side through.
That was switchback after side-by-side action. This race, we've only been racing for how long?
About 15 minutes.
This is crazy.
Now, at the same time, Paige Morton was able to work her way around Albert George and get that P8 as they go across the start-finish line. Who else do we have? I mean, all the drivers are very close. Hiccup actually still on the tail of Fever, so he has not heard the bell just yet as they go once again side by side. Hiccup reclaiming that lead position as he goes back, as they go through. Fever getting caught up.
Porsche.
Fever getting caught up with JS Mystery, who has joined it. We now have a 3-way brawl for the lead as now Jayesh and Fever are going side by side down the long straight. Mystery tucking in behind Fever, looking to get a little bit of that draft as they go down this massive straightaway. As you've said, no chicane. No chicane, no worries. Oh, and Edwin Law's in on it too. We now have a train of 4 cars within less than a half a second of each other. Meanwhile, Lucas Leighton and Reska Kiosa battling for 5th. Getting very close to each other as well. We're going to have to be doing a little bit of bouncing back and forth.
Intense battling left, right, and center. This is definitely racing.
Yeah, now this is also interesting to see as Hiccup's got the very loose driving style, but at the back of that 4-way train is Edwin Law, who is a very patient overtaker. He likes to wait and see and choose that optimum moment. So we'll get to see kind of how those two strategies play against each other. Hopefully.
Will balls to the walls prevail, or do all good things come to those that wait?
Yes. Looks like Fever is going for doing that slight sniff on the outside, although they're getting a little bit caught up. Mystery coming up right behind, needing to brake to kind of keep themselves in line and prevent any contact between themselves and Fever. As Edwin Law is essentially having themselves a nice view, just watching and seeing.
Flag on the track currently. Sector 2, I believe.
Yeah, that is Zafratos. They seem to have gotten spun as they wait for the oncoming traffic to pass by, and they are able to rejoin safely. As the lead train continues, Albert George looking to have a little bit of a rematch with Paige Morton. Both cars only about 0.2 of a second away from each other. As Lindvar comes up on Bryce Malare. Kind of sniffing for a chance to overtake. Meanwhile, Jin De Jong passing by Polu Kai.
No, he's not.
Followed by a little switchback there. Nice maneuver.
Sorry, I like to show off a camera. I'm still sliding. Okay. Okay, we're good. Well, my tire isn't.
Anyway.
Okay, but yeah, a little bit of live action going on right now. While the battle for the lead was happening, I've been kind of in a little bit of a tangle with this Ferrari back here.
Speaking of tangles, Edwin Loss looks to be closing in on that Porsche of Mystery. got himself a little bit of side-by-side action, although he backed out of it. Once again, Edwin likes to make those overtakes as safely and effectively as possible. Firm believer in do it right, make it stick. As those top 4 cars are just bunching up. This is the... Usually this type of racing is reserved for the midfield. But it seems that... seems like the lead is tired of me saying that the midfield is where the action's at.
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Now, that being said, there is still action occurring in the midfield. We have... Oh, of course, Edwin Log passes as I pop the camera view away. Getting around that Porsche in that turn 1. He is going to take P3. As I was saying earlier, Leintvar getting ahead of Bryce Malare, making that position, although he's going to go a little bit wide. They're going to go back to side-by-side. As Leintvar goes a bit wide, loses that bit and gets a 25-second, or it looks like a, 25-second penalty.
Stewards seemingly trying to make up their mind on which penalty to give. But, alas, he will be getting one. I was just going to say, he's got a lot of ground to make up from getting spun or having his incident earlier in the race, but these penalties are unfortunately not going to be helping his cause.
Oh, that was actually Fever that had that spin early race.
Oh, okay. I saw the damage on the black McLaren. I thought it was him.
Yeah, we've got... actually, I might be wrong on that. It was Leintvar that had the trouble, because... he got pushed back. I got the Ferrari. I got the black Ferrari and the black McLaren confused. Speaking of the black Ferrari, they are currently side by side with Mortiz Hiccup once again as they go through the S's.
Relentless.
Edwin Law getting in on that too. Slight amount of contact between himself and Fever. It almost looks like he's looking for a place he can go 3 wide.
I think they might.
Yep.
Because, oh my goodness, this battle up front is absolutely relentless.
Yeah, Fever getting ahead for now. As all 4 cars within 1/10 of each other, just training down that front stretch. Edwin Log going a little bit to the side. Looks like he's going to make a move. They are 3 wide. They are 3 wide coming into this turn. How is this going to sort out?
Full send or no send?
Van Ball getting into a little bit of trouble with a yellow flag. As Mystery's able to take that P3 back from Law for now. Oh, contact between themselves and Mortiz. They are both spun sideways.
Just a slight tap on the rear quarter panel sends him into a spin.
Yep, Hiccup.
Oh, no.
Hiccup got the worst of it. He had a complete side-by-side. He is going to be down into 8th position now with Fever holding on to that lead and Edwin Law... Patience paying off into that P2 position. Meanwhile, Mystery currently dueling with Reska Kyoso, getting into contact. I saw a little bit of a side-by-side happen there, too, with Reska Kyoso, but Kyoso holding the position. Meanwhile, Leintvar making their way around Bryce Malare. Possibly temporarily, as that Lamborghini seems to have a little bit of a front or straight line advantage. Although Leintvar is able to carry more speed into that turn and keep their position. That's going to bring them up into 10th.
Yeah, that McLaren's arrow is so good.
Yeah, the McLaren is, even with the BOP adjustments, is a very strong car.
You can adjust the weight, but you can't adjust the arrow. I mean, unless you lower it, but that's through your own setup. That's through your own fruition.
Meanwhile, Hiccup is looking to work their way back up the field after that slide. As they are currently only 0.2 behind Paige Martin. With that spin at the front, that's going to put, that's going to slow down the battle at the lead a little bit. Currently, we're looking at a 2.5-second gap between Edwin Law and Fever PHX. Although, sure enough, Hiccup already taken that 7th position from Paige Morton. as he is doing his best to run up through the field. Although he's got another 4 seconds before he's up with Lucas Leighton in P6, who is currently tailing Mystery, who is... Oh, Van Baal getting into trouble, going narrow through that turn. Losing that position to Resca
Who's
Kyoso.
31 again?
31 is Joshua DeJong.
Oh, he has a drive-through. Oh, that's the guy that's fighting me. Oh, okay.
Yep.
I believe it's track limits?
Most likely at this point in the race. Lucas Leighton able to claim that position from Mystery, as he holds on to it. Van Baal kind of recovering from that slip up earlier, as these cars are moving through this course with great haste. Chico Lindfar looking up the inside of Albert George, deciding now's not quite yet the time. He's going to wait for a cleaner overtake opportunity. Although Bryce Malari is hanging with him fairly effectively, he's got only a 0.3 of a second gap between himself and that P10 position. But we will see, as Lucas Leighton currently trying to rule in Van Baal while keeping Mystery at bay.
He's definitely going to have his hands full.
Yep, Lindfar getting that up-close run. Looks like he's going to go on the inside of the Aston Martin of Albert and just run the turn through on him. That's going to get him up to P9 on his little comeback tour. Again, that lap 1 spin set him back down to 14th position, and he is currently made up 6 positions afterwards. However, that 25-second penalty will come into play at some point.
It'll most likely come in play when he goes to get his first pit stop complete, which, in my opinion, better to just rip the Band-Aid off now than wait for the end of the race, because you never know what can happen.
It also depends. You might want to do that, just do it your first stint. It's not a drive-through or a stop-and-go, it is just a 25-second penalty. Meanwhile, Lucas Leighton getting around Van Baal. He's going to take that P4 for Team Iris.
Very strong showing
hiccup
from the
spinning bad. What happened there? As he runs up through the turns. Comes around, looks like he just caught the curb, caught that sticky surface, and that caused him to spin pretty bad. No contact with other cars, however, he did lose a couple positions to that as Lindfar gets around into P8.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about in qualifying. The surface, the difference in surface between tarmac and the adhesive around the outside of the track can really unsettle your car if not handled appropriately.
Yep. Now we had 2 cars going briefly side by side. We had Albert George and Martise Hiccup going at it, as well as Van Baal and Mystery went side by side for a moment. So both these battles are starting to shape up. Jesus, half this field is less than half a second apart. So there's a lot of camera work to bounce between.
You're doing great.
I'll do my best to show all the action as it happens. Right now we have a what appears to be a 3-way battle for 4th between Lucas Leighton, Van Baal, and Jash Mystery. They are all within a second of each other. Then we have a battle for P7 between Paige Morton and Chico Lindfar, which is just starting to form up. They are 0.4 of a second away from each other. And then we have the beginnings of a 3-way fight between Hiccup, George, and Milare. And for our astute watchers, you just realized that I've described 5th through 11th positions. It's the entire midfield.
It seems as well we have a penalty handed out to the number 4 Porsche.
Yep. That might have been for that earlier bump between themselves and Hiccup. Although, that is a stewarding decision more than a broadcaster one.
Now, if it's one thing I will notice, I had mentioned earlier in the race, or in the broadcast, that I had heard thunder. It seems as though the weather is going away, as now I'm starting to see the sun come out.
Yep, I am seeing nothing but clear on our little forecast. However, Bryce Malari going briefly side by side with George through the turn. George able to kind of keep him at bay.
Definitely an aggressive look on his end.
Yeah.
But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Is shaping up. Oh, that is contact between the two cars. Both go sideways. Malari getting the worst of it. He is stopped on track. However, George going off into the sand, able to get back on track at the expense of taking out a few cones for it. That's going to settle that. There is actually a little sand patch on the side of the road there. He just kind of dipped one wheel into it. That's going to resolve that fight. Meanwhile, Lindvar down that long straight, right on the tail of Paige Morton. He goes to the outside with Hiccup getting in on it as well. As the three cars trail through each other. Lindvar just getting at the... just poking at that rear quarter panel as they go side by side. No contact just yet. Looks like Paige is going to take a wider outside line, try to get a run up through the straight, but Lindvar is going to go wide enough and kind of keep that from happening. Again, no contact between these two cars as of yet. This was a very delicate way through as Chico Lindvar takes 7th position.
One could say it's a smooth operation.
That was pretty smooth by both drivers. Lindvar doing a good job of getting around without any contact, but Paige also doing very well to avoid contact on her own. That was watching two very skilled drivers work their way around each other. As Hiccup, less grace, but just as effective, just shoots it up the inside of the turn, getting around Paige Morton very quickly. As he is looking to kind of chase Lindvar up through the grid as they both work their way back up. Keep in mind, these two cars were running within a tenth of each other during qualifying, so we might see a nice little two-car charge. Meanwhile, Van Baal currently only half a second behind Lucas Leighton as they come up the main straight. I just realized that it still says qualifying on our broadcast. Let me fix that for you real quick. Although that being said, it's that first half hour of a race that's basically extended qualifying. I say race. Completely diminishing the efforts of the drivers in quite possibly the most dangerous part of any endurance race.
I am, like, so offended right now.
Yeah.
No, not really. But, point beside, things are starting to smooth out now around the track. Everyone's trying to settle back into their rhythms and just making sure that their race is now going to be clean and consistent. And whoever can get to the finish line in the least amount of time is the winner. A little bit of a Will Buxton moment there for you. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah. It looks like we are finally, after half an hour, getting into the kind of settling in portion of the race. However, I might have just cursed that by saying it out loud, as most drivers have more than a second between each other. There is actual breathing room for the drivers to utilize. Now, the exception to this being Lucas Leighton and Van Baal, and Hiccup and Paige Morton. Both are hanging just on the upper end of 1 second away from each other. with a .8 and a .8 and a .7 gap respectively. Oh, respectfully as well. You know, keeping a respectable distance.
We don't need to socially isolate anymore. COVID's done. Please don't take me back.
Oh, what are you talking about? For introverts, that was amazing. I didn't have to people for like 3 months. It was the best.
Yeah, I suppose that part is good, but all the others, yeah. Anyhow, on a lighter note, yeah, sun's out, guns out, starting to come out. However, how are we seeing tire wear affect the field here currently?
I feel like I haven't seen too many incidents of the slidey slides that weren't occurring at the start of the race. You might be a better one to gauge that. What are your tires looking like?
Well, considering this is the Porsche, the tires do tend to wear a bit faster than normal. I'm currently, looking at my deltas here. The Lambo ahead of me, I am currently, oh, whoops. Okay, we're just gonna, no. Okay, so if that isn't a description of how my tires are feeling, I don't know what is.
Yep.
But point beside, I'm losing time to the Lambo in front.
Yep. I saw that, by the way.
No, you didn't. Nuh-uh. You didn't
No,
see
it's on
anything.
camera. You're caught
No,
in,
no.
I got that in HD. High definition.
Please spare me, chat.
Don't spare him. He's driving and commentating at the same time. Ooh, this man.
We will do it live, as I had said. Currently, we are trying to maximize my stint as much as I can so that way we can continue to have Yuki in the car afterwards. So, by that, I have 35 minutes left. But yeah, tire wear is not feeling great around the track with the temperature, I believe, increasing with the sun coming out.
Yeah, we're looking at a track temperature of 32 degrees Celsius.
And knowing Paul Ricard, it does tend to get a bit hot around here. On top of that as well, I'm currently running with 2.3 seconds of damage after the opening lap incidents. So that will need to get repaired as soon as I come into the pit stops at the end of my stint here.
Speaking of pit stops, we have your fellow Porsche driver, Mystery, is going to be pulling into the pits themselves. Possibly dealing with damage, possibly had a bit of a fuel load issue. We shall see. Or they're going for some kind of strange pit strategy. Hard to tell with endurance races sometimes. Now, we did see, prior to having a required amount of stops, we did see one of the, a Porsche in a previous 4-hour race was able to make it on 2 stops instead of 3. And, that won them the race. So they might be going for something vaguely similar, trying to keep it on fresh tires for as much as possible, maybe?
One thing I will mention about the interesting things about endurance racing, specifically on Track's way that they have it set up in ACC. You have a driver stint timer of 70 minutes, where that is the maximum amount of drive time that a person can do. Now, the time difference for affecting with pit stops, regards to tire change and fuel change, is basically minimalistic, where you can, like, basically, you will only gain about 2 seconds at most if you elect to keep your old tires on and just stop for fuel. So, the way that the endurance races are currently set up, it is completely beneficial to change tires and fuel and not have to worry about any sort of consequences. Whereas, you know, with other endurance series, you typically don't see a tire change until like way later into the race, because it's way quicker just to stop for fuel.
Yeah. I guess the idea being in GT3 they'll just fuel it while changing the tires.
Yeah, I believe it's kind of what they're going for. However, I would personally like to see. I would like to see the stint timer that they have. I would like to see it reversed, where drivers have a minimum amount of time they have to reach in the car, and they have to meet that by the end of the race. And therefore, it changes your strategy up and how you execute that.
was about to say, I thought that that was the. I thought that was actually how it worked. Because I'm more used to endurance racing and iRacing,
Yeah,
where we
so
do
the
have
way that it
minimums.
works, well, the way that it works for this series is that you are given a 70-minute time limit when you are in the car. And the current way that is that you have a stint clock of 3.5 hours. If you go beyond that, you will get penalized. So each driver, one of the drivers is required to drive at least a minimum of half an hour.
That being said, Lucas Langton getting overtaken by Van Ball. However, it won't make too much of a difference as Van Ball now has a drive-through penalty that they will
Would
need to
that be
clear. So now
would
it's
that
a
be for
matter of.
track limits, or was that issued?
I think that was a track limits, as wasn't seeing any contact between the two cars.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Bryce Millard still towing behind Albert George. One day I will get his name right without needing to think about it.
George.
George. Okay, so I almost got it there. George. George. It's painful too because he's been driving longer than I've been commentating.
Yeah, I know that he's been assisting me with making liveries. He does awesome work with liveries and
Oh,
designing cars,
case
paint
in point.
schemes, and everything.
Case in point, that beautiful, beautiful Pan and Formula livery. They've been running for a while. That is just as beautiful today as it was years ago when they first made it.
Precisely. And I'm not sure if any of you guys had paid attention to the V-Track Championship or the V-Track Challenge this year, but for every race that I ran in that, I ran a tribute livery to different drivers or different cars, and he assisted with making those liveries for me. So by all means, huge respect to him, and the biggest of thank yous to him helping him out with Project 43.
Yeah. It is almost the opposite approach that I take when making liveries, which is what can I sneak onto a broadcast?
Yeah.
Which might be seeing a return to V-Track for me. Or Track GT, but that's a discussion for another race.
I forgot to add fuel to my pit stop strategy, so I am mashing my arrow key right now.
Well, good luck with that. You got 19 minutes. Well, more or less. I don't know how much fuel you have on board. Ooh, Van Ball getting a... Okay, no, that was just a quick yellow flag on pit entrance. Oh, did he overshoot? Did he overshoot the pit speed? I'm hoping not. That would very much hurt.
Interestingly enough, in ACC, you do not find out if you speed in the pit lanes until you exit, so we will have to wait until his pit stop is complete to figure out just exactly what happened.
Oh, he's not stopping. He's serving his drive-through.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He looks to be clean as he comes out of pit lane. There was just the slightest of track limits on that caused that yellow flag. Sometimes ACC likes to display it a bit more cautiously than a live steward would. Meanwhile, the chase between Malare and George continues. Neither driver really seeming to be able to pull a significant advantage. They're kind of just in each other's toe. Possibly even just cooperating to catch up to the field ahead.
I love seeing that happen when two random drivers on the field are like, okay, you know what? Instead of fighting each other, why don't we work together to catch the other guys? I love seeing that happen between drivers.
Yeah. Now, neither of these drivers are in the track or the race voice chat, so if this is happening, they're cooperating wordlessly. Which is a beautiful thing to see, even more so. Whatever the vehicular equivalent of just like a look and a nod is.
I believe a point and a thumb up.
Yeah, I don't know what the button combo to do that in ACC is, or if there is one, but that needs to be a thing. I need hand gestures in my racing sims.
I believe there's an Assetto Corsa mod for that. There has to be. There's no
Uh,
way there isn't.
yeah, it's right next to the aircraft one.
There's an aircraft mod?
Yeah, someone made like I think it was like a Cessna or something in Assetto Corsa Classic.
Oh my goodness. Huh.
Great for a no hesi server.
Indeed. So, looking at the current field here, just settling into things. Looks like the gaps have now increased by like multiple seconds now, aside from George and Miller.
Yeah, Miller.
Yeah.
They are running quite comfortably right now. Drivers getting their breathing room. He got back up to 6th after his incident. However, they are going to need to pit in a little while for that first stop. Getting into that comfy part of endurance racing. This is actually like the part that I like to drive the most because it's basically just setting hot laps over time.
Yeah, you're racing your own race. You don't have to worry about that. And the number 4 has a drive-through for track limits.
Oh, Mystery getting in
Oh
trouble.
no.
I mean, that Porsche, you would know this firsthand. That Porsche can be a handful at times, and especially on a track like Paul Ricard, it's very easy to kind of exceed those limits.
Unfortunately so. And with that early pit stop he had as well, this might be more of a detriment.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt. Although that earlier pit stop did clear their 10-second penalty, so that it seems to be when it gets served.
So we'll have to see just how damaging that 25-second penalty will be for lean fire.
I mean, at the proximity of the grid, it would drop him down by about 5 positions. Would put him right next to Van Baal, and about 10 seconds in front of you.
Right on. I don't think I'll be able to keep up with him, unfortunately, so...
He's very fast. Like I said, he was one of the front runners in that in qualifying, so... And that is just Mystery serving his drive-through. Meanwhile, Nathaniel Fever in that lead Ferrari is just cruising. He's got a nice 8-second lead over Edwin Law, who in turn has 2 seconds on Reska Kyoso. In turn, 7 seconds on Lucas Leighton. 3.5 seconds on Lintvar. 3 seconds on Mortiz Hiccup. 2.5 on Paige Morton. 9 seconds on George Muller.
And only 3/10 behind him?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's 2/10 right now. Like I said, they are draft buddies. Again, no real aggression or searching for opportunities. They are just cruising together. Van Baal 10 seconds behind that fight. You 25 behind Van Baal. De Jong 40 seconds, and Mystery coming out of still in pits. And it looks like Zefiratos is going to make their way past Mystery into that P13. He'll do so right now, as putting them in 13th.
Interesting how they are at a standstill for a drive-through.
That is a very good point. That is very interesting.
In ACC, you have to serve your penalty before you can do any modifications to your car in the pit lane. If he is stopping for a pit stop, he will have to serve the drive-through the next time through.
Yeah. I am not sure what's happening there. Yeah, because he's just stopped. I don't know.
I really wish I had a button that could activate some sort of windshield cleaner right now. It's very dirty. Specifically with the sun glare kind of helping out with that as well.
Yep. Oh, I think they're clearing that 25-second penalty in tune with the, Oh, wait, no. Let's think about with the 25. I've got no clue. They've been stopped for a good while, though. Looks like one of the advantages of having this 14-car grid is that there's going to be a little bit less traffic for drivers to deal with as they start to make their way around. However, with the field being as close as it is, it's going to be a little bit before we start to see too many folks getting lapped.
Currently, we have, I am currently 46 seconds ahead.
Yep.
So, they got that much time to make up before we start seeing lap traffic. And around Paul Ricard, not only is it a light field, so it shouldn't be too difficult, but this track, it is wide. This track is girthy. So it should be no problem and no issue with having people pass lap cars.
Yeah, it should be plenty of space for drivers to do their thing.
Which I believe we should also mention as well, the rules and regulations regarding lap cars. Lap cars are not required to pull over to the side or move out of the way in a way that compromises their race, but they are not allowed to battle the leaders unless they are at a faster pace, and that is without a doubt. Like, they have to be 100% certain that they are faster than them. I had this rule happen to me at one point when I was racing in Spa. There was a car in second place that had damage, and obviously I didn't have damage, and I was flying through the field, and I'm like, okay, well, this guy, I can overtake him. And I did, and it was legal, and everything was a-okay. So, with that being in mind, you just gotta make sure that you just keep that in the back of your head as well, to remember that, okay, this isn't like Formula 1 where a car has to drive itself into the wall to avoid being within 6 feet of the leaders.
Yeah, I do like that shift in it. As long as, and I think a lot of it also is a good skill set to have for any sort of multi-class racing, is knowing, hey, just stick to a nice safe line, don't fight the car in the other class, or in this case that's lapping you. Just chill. Oh, and
Yeah.
there's finally the maneuver by Bryce Malare getting around Albert George. It looks like he actually was a little bit slow through that turn. And Albert George getting right back around him in turn. I think that was a very temporary lunge as they settle back into their positions of 8th and 9th.
Yeah, that battle, not even slowing them down.
Yeah.
I've only lost more time to them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was more of a George had a moment and Malari was avoiding it.
Definitely seemed like that. So, with the race kind of, like you had said, calming down just a bit, how was your holiday weekend, obviously, with Christmas and now New Year's coming up?
Pretty nice. I did a nice little cannonball across country. Not much of a cannonball, it was more just a road trip to visit folks at home. So I got about... Well, I did a 17-hour drive the other day. And then a 17-hour drive before, on like the 17th or 18th. So, I got my endurance fixed.
Seems like it, 34 hours. That's 10 more hours than the legendary 24-hour of Le Mans.
Yeah, but I also did it
So,
in like over 2 days, so you know, it's also like the average surviving time of the like in the 60s. And like, it's a 24-hour race. We'll make about 17 of those hours.
yeah. But hey, I'm glad to see that you had fun with your holiday expedition. And glad to see you're back safe and sound for the New Year's.
Thank you.
In the commentary box. Yes.
How about yours?
Um, well, for my holiday, I kind of just hung out with family. I went over to my friend's house as well and stayed the night to, um, celebrate holidays and everything, getting all, typical family stuff, getting Christmas gifts and, you know, reciting the most famous line, or at least one of the most famous lines in holiday, festivities.
Yippee-ki-yay?
As Well, yippee, yes, Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and I will die hard with a vengeance on that hill.
Oh, you killed it. You killed the Die Hard as a Christmas movie bit. That being said, we're starting to see a little bit of a fight shaping up between 4th and 5th as Leechbar works their way back up on Lucas Leighton. Only half-second split.
Ooh, starting to creep up on there. You think that could be due to tire wear or degradation?
Uh, could be. Could also just be kind of where it also could just be a little bit of driver tiredness. But yeah, hour mark. That's about right for the tires. Start showing signs.
And if I remember correctly, the second driver for Team Iris, is that not Jordan Brunch?
I believe it is. Yeah. That's gonna put
So,
well, it's gonna put the Scott in the McLaren. So
the Scott in a McLaren.
yeah.
I'm not subject to. Are there any second drivers you are interested to see perform and have any high hopes for?
I will have to check the driver roster. Ruby Acosta is very promising. I mean, Resker Kyoso is not exactly what I would call slow. In fact, they are running in P3 right now. Ruby Acosta is quite fast. She might be able to kind of reel in those front two cars. Chris Tedder is a relative unknown for me. He's running with Chico, who has just overtaken Lucas Leighton. Curious to see how they pan out. Let's see.
We'll also have to see how they're going to be able to perform once they get that damage repaired on the car.
Yes. Or if they even have that much damage to start with. They do seem to have a scrape along the side, but it doesn't look like there's anything on the front or rear, which is where the aero fun starts to happen.
That is a fair point to make. However, even the slightest bit of contact can have a great effect on your car. Even with my current issue, I am noticing some slight performance hindrance, specifically in the top speed. But we'll have to see when he pits if that truly is affecting him.
I think Kyoso heard me say that they weren't exactly slow, and Ruby would be able to possibly reel in Edwin Law as Reska moves up to within half a second of Law themselves.
Yeah, Reska definitely not a slow driver. I know that from experience. And funny enough, too, is that I'm actually going to be competing with him in another endurance event tomorrow. We're going to be running the IMSA Endurance Challenge over on iRacing. We'll be racing at, evidently, the 24-hour circuit of Le Mans.
Nice.
Yep, and I believe we'll be participating in that event in an LMP2.
Yep.
As I'm looking to try and get into the top class of prototype racing and everything like that.
Yeah, I will not be in the endurance race, although I am going to be working on building up my open wheeler skills. As those are quite fun.
Oh, without a doubt. And I'm sorry, but every time you mention open wheels, specifically around your
Oh, Bryce Malari getting side by side with George. It's like the jolly cooperation has been forgotten as they remember. Oh wait, we're racing. As they go side by side through now 2 turns in a row. George backing out a little bit, but also Malari also backing out. Is now George reclaiming that lead position. Malari held it for just a moment.
Covers the inside just perfectly and maintains the 8th place. What a that was interesting.
All right.
We should be seeing some of the first pit stops coming up, depending on fuel efficiency now in cars, as the cars will now start to be getting down there in fuel and possibly now switching drivers over to their more like consistent drivers who will be able to race their own race and hold the position, stating that they are in fact racing with the team. All the solo drivers will just be toughing it out.
Yeah, I mean the pit stop does give them a solid minute to water in, water out if they need to. If they don't need to chuck some coffee.
Yeah,
although
I probably might need to do that.
4 hours isn't the craziest of stints. I mean, 4 hours is very doable for one driver. It's not too taxing. It's still taxing, but not crazy.
Yep, not too taxing. However, I do believe it's actually pretty rare to see a driver race 4 hours straight in the longer endurance series that are typically out there. So it's definitely now nothing to like laugh or scoff at. It is definitely an incredible achievement that some of these drivers are able to do, and hats off to them.
Yeah, I know when I was doing endurance, it was generally Liebenthal getting into trouble. And Dijon getting into pits. Let us go back and see what happened to Liebenthal. McLaren a P7. Looked like it was a self-induced spin. I didn't see any contact with anyone.
Getting unsettled over the curb?
That's what I'm guessing. No curb touch just yet. No, they... What?
Did they get lost on track?
No, they pulled off track. And... yeah, okay, that was interesting. Meanwhile, several drivers pitting at once. We have Page, Morton, Lintvar, Fever, George, and De Jong all pitting pretty much simultaneously. Meanwhile, Edwin Law and Reska Kioso in the lead. Reska Kioso just poking at that quarter panel. They are now officially side by side down the long straight in a battle for the lead, at least until they pit. Edwin Law going to the outside, looking to kind of maintain some of that speed so they can carry it through and keep that lead, as well as trying to defend a little bit. Putting Kioso right back on his tail. Got a nice little Ferrari versus McLaren battle.
As we see a stop and go 30 issued for Paige Morton. Could that have been from speeding in the pits?
Most likely, yeah. As she didn't have any yellow flag prior to the pits. But I think she came in a little too hot.
Now, with all these penalties being issued out because of live stewarding, do you think this could come down to a race of attrition?
I don't think it's very likely. As far as penalties go, none of them were really in the folks who are running in the top 3. It seemed to happen to folks who got pushed more to the midfield. And then you have that combination of tires getting scrubbed from damage and the mental heat. Oh, Reska Kioso getting into Edwin Law, going sideways, collecting... oh, who is that guy? Collecting Jin De Jong as they do so. Let's take another look at that. What happened there?
Big moment, rear lockup, possibly?
No, they got into Edwin Law as they were going into turn entry, and that kicked them sideways, and then they just flew cross track into poor Zhang.
Unfortunate circumstance.
That being said, they're currently in the lead with Edwin Law. I think Edwin Law might have let them pass due to the nature of the contact. Interesting. That is going to potentially put Kyoso at a disadvantage because that seemed like a pretty solid bump both times.
Yeah, that bump, definitely solid contact being made there, as you're seeing, and aggressively sliding across the track. However, the interchanging tarmac doing its job and slowing the cars down and making sure they come to a safe stop before hitting the wall.
There was no wall contact. This was just across track to track. Now Paige Morton serving her stop go, and you getting out of the car and into the commentary booth as Edwin Law goes into pit, and Reska Kyoso, the lead two cars both pitting, putting Lucas Lycan temporarily in the lead until their stop.
Yep, getting Yuki in the car here. So first hour of the stint is usually the first and last hours of the race that are always the most chaotic in terms of dealing with traffic and just making sure that everything's good. Right? Everything's good. Come on.
Hopefully, presumably. Paige Morton getting another yellow flag on pit exit. Although she's all right. Nearly a little bit of a close call with, I believe that is De Jong. That being said, we've had two drivers leave the race, or switch out. It'd be Rick Grott, who has taken over for the number 31 Ferrari.
And there's Yuki.
Yep. Both now Edwin getting out of pits a little bit before Reska Kyoso does. Or I should say Ruby Acosta does. Looks like there was no driver switch. It is still Edwin Law running in that McLaren. With now Ruby Acosta, who is going to be hot on his heels.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yep.
These cars now, after they settled in, getting driver swaps done, getting setups changed, making sure everything is all good and set in stone. I will also note it seems that we have 2 retirements.
It looks like it, yeah. I'm trying to see who it was. I believe it was... No, Joshua DeJong and Rick... I am not sure. Ben Ball getting into some of the cones there.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually unsure who the drivers who hopped out were. I believe it was the Porsche that was... I believe it was the Porsche that was running a bit behind, and it might have been... Oh, it might have been the drive-through Porsche. Yes, it is. It was the other 2 Porsches.
And then there was one.
Yeah, I think there was some kind of trouble with the pit stop / drive-through of one, and then the other was having a bit of issues with.
I see.
Yep. That settles that out a bit. As we see Pickup getting out of pits, he's going to be... that's going to put him in 3rd. Sorry, 5th. I was looking at the wrong Wrong table there for a moment. But that is also only going to put him about 5 seconds behind Ruby Acosta for Hiccup to continue his attempt at making a run-up. Lintvar with a 5-second penalty yet.
Yep, 5-second penalty for unsafe rejoin before the pit.
Yep. And
As
Lucas
stated.
Leighton going into pit. So we're going to reset to our 1, 2, 3 of Fever, Law, and Mirai and Queen's design. With now Hiccup back potentially in for that fight. Again, only 5 seconds behind the car in front of him. He has made up a great many positions after that spin.
Yeah,
and he's
really
on fresh tires, so his loose driving style is going to be able to shine for at least for this first half.
And it looks like the result from the contact between Reska and Edwin Law has been determined. A 15-second time penalty for Edwin Law for causing a collision.
Okay. Which is going to hurt because Edwin Law also has a drive-through.
Penalties being strewn out left and right.
Yeah, so we might actually start to see that attrition happening.
As we see him here coming up on some lap traffic. And you can see, I'm not sure if you're paying attention or noticing that, but on the front stretch, if you notice, the cars are moving over to the left to avoid the pit exit. With all these pit stops happening, the stewards have made a note and confirmed that you may not cross over the pit exit if there is a car in the pit lane due to safety concerns. Edwin Law making the pass here on the lap car of Aether Yuki. Safe and sound, everybody clean through there.
Yep. Oh, we have one of the cars returns. Zafiratos is back. Seems they got disconnected, however, they are in pits. I think they're having either wheel or pedal issues of some sort. Or connection issues. But we are back at 13 drivers. With Grot also getting a drive-through.
Grad getting a drive-through, looks like for track limits there, which is interesting enough, as my entire stint I had zero issues with any sort of track limits. I personally think they're actually quite forgiving around Paul Ricard. So some drivers obviously not having that same sort of, oh, what would you call it?
Yeah, I
Not
think
having the same sort of benefit, I guess you could call it.
they might also be taking it a bit more aggressively. You know, trying to get as much of that track as possible. It's gonna, if they know where the limits are, they might be able to kind of push them a bit more, trying to get that extra edge. It's just
Without
a
a doubt.
question of how aggressive are you willing to be.
However, we're seeing a battle starting to brew here between Seong and
Lintvar,
Lindvar. Yeah.
as Edwin Law goes in to serve his drive-through.
So now with Albert out of the car and Seong in, inside
they're
left
gonna
wide
go
open,
side by
trying
side.
to go for it.
And Lintvar is going to work his way past rather effectively. As well as have a bit more speed on that straightaway to try and run away.
But he has cars exiting the pit lane, as well as the Aston Martin getting mixed up in this traffic as the Porsche turns right in front of the Aston. Oh, rejoining on the racing line.
That was
getting
close.
very close.
Yep.
However, still there, but Edwin Law right behind the Aston, attempting to try and make him. Is that Edwin back there? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that is Edwin back there.
Still having a 15-second time penalty, however.
Yep.
So now this is becoming a three-way battle for sixth position.
Yeah, with Edwin Law coming up on it rather quickly as Grot goes into pit to serve his drive-through.
I will say, this is probably the most amount of penalties I have seen in these endurance races.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing the ones that get stewarded later getting stewarded live. So Although even then, that's a lot of drive-throughs.
Oh yeah, a lot.
As the Aston goes a little bit wide, a little twitchy.
Ooh, Edwin had to look up the inside. Seon defending on the racing line. He looks the inside again. They bang
There's
doors and
contact
they
between the two
spin.
cars. Edwin Law
And
getting
right in
flipped.
front of the Porsche.
Ooh, Edwin Law stopped in the middle of the track. He was able to keep those brakes held to keep anything worse from happening as he goes back through.
Unfortunate contact. A move was attempted, but unfortunately did not connect.
If
Unless
car
you're talking
gap
about
race
doors.
drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lucas Leighton back up into second. Jordan Branch has not come out just yet.
We will have to see a second driver if they are running a team, as it's required that the driver at least participates for half an hour at minimum.
Yeah.
Now, what I would think would be interesting is, so if they were to keep the 4-hour format, I think what they should do is they should have each driver required to race an hour and a half, I'd say, instead of just half an hour. It would really bring into strategy into play and just, allow more variety for the drivers. So that way, you instead of just saying, oh, well, he's a slower driver, throw him in the car half an hour and then get the faster guy out there for the rest of the race. But what that will do instead is it would entertain the thought of variety with drivers and, help, I'd say, with involvement in the races, getting everybody to participate. And strategies. From my point of view, I feel it will help benefit the diversity and participation greatly.
So you say that, although I haven't seen too much of an issue with that. Given that the stints tends to be about an hour between each pit stop and the low amount of difference in time that you lose, most teams, they'll at least have an hour out on track for each driver. And given that we have straight up solo drivers, I don't think it's too big of something that gets pushed. I've only seen like 1 or 2 times where they don't have each driver doing 2 hours.
Ooh, little slide there. I see. Yes, I see where you're coming from with that point. However, whilst also encouraging participation and diversity amongst the drivers for team standings, it would also help train for longer stints and endurance strategies. Like, in my opinion, I feel that a big benefit could come from adding an hour onto that driver. Onto that driver timer, and then I'd say get rid of the stint timer. Instead, having it based on fuel, because then you can have fuel strategy, actually into play. Because if you have 70 minutes, all you're going to do is just, top it off every time you come in, because it will require you to come in at least 3 to 4 times. However, what you can do is if you get rid of the stint timer and instead require a minimum drive time from each of the drivers, you'll see an exponentially more diverse set of strategies being played out by participating drivers, not only with driver swaps and positioning, but also with like fuel and tires. You could actually see other things come into play. Like, it might actually be worth it to just go with fuel only and not change the tires.
It's something to keep in mind. I think it would have a bigger effect on longer races, but it's also something to kind of work out with the folks who make the rules.
Oh, absolutely. I just like throwing out ideas. I'm thinking out loud because I know I'm gonna forget it later on down the road. So I'm just saying this so that way it's on stream, and that way I can look back and be like, oh yeah, I said that.
Your thoughts have been recorded.
Yeah, but I definitely feel like I would also, for me personally, like in terms of an endurance side, if they're up for it, I think it'd be interesting to see if they were to test out like different lengths of races. So they still keep the 4 races of the season. However, each of them is a different length, or at least 2 of them are different.
Uh, there are, I will say this as a broadcaster, there are templates for V8, V6H, and V8H logos in our overlays. So it sounds like something that is being considered, but I think they're still working out like how to implement it.
Without a doubt. I'm personally a fan. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, endurance racing is its own special kind of fun.
Without a doubt. So we see, oh, Lambo's up in 5th.
Press Malari working their way steadily up the field.
Good on him. And I believe I don't want to discredit his drive because he's been doing splendid in that thing. But I will say the amount of penalties that have been dished out to all these drivers has definitely had an effect on him being able to get up there. From where did he qualify? He was towards the back of the field, wasn't he?
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, although yeah, these penalties have definitely shifted the field up quite a bit. Nice little scramble going on.
But yeah, huge congratulations for managing to get that Lambo to the top 5. But yeah. I think we're seeing a little bit of a battle starting to brew here between
just
Ruby...
on the start of one. Ruby Acosta has been reeling in Lucas Leighton fairly effectively. Currently at about a half-second gap between the two cars. I have a feeling this is going to shape up into a fight over the next couple laps.
I agree. Because if you notice and pay attention on the straight, because the McLaren is a double-edged sword. The McLaren's aero efficiency is so good. It is one of the best in the game. However, its weakest point is in tow. It only gains like maybe an extra 2 kilometers at most in tow. Otherwise, the straight line speed stays relatively the same. So, that's not the same for the Ferrari, though. The Ferrari in tow gets an additional probably 5 or 6 kilometers an hour. So that max straight is probably where you're going to see Ruby attempt that move around Lucas.
Yeah, that's when the tow would give her the biggest advantage.
You know, speaking of tow and straight line speed, who currently is our top speed record holder of the race so far?
That would be Paige Morton with the 290.
290 kilometers an hour in the BMW.
Yeah, that little thing cooks.
Speaking of things cooking, I smell a battle of brewing.
Yeah, it's getting close.
And with lap traffic ahead, that's only going to probably a bit more of a detriment.
Yeah, it's going to compress him a little bit.
Lucas can use this to his advantage.
Yeah, try and get him... Ooh, quite possibly the opposite. That seemed to have caused a little bit of contact to occur.
The lap car on the inside trying his best to stay out of the way of the battling cars. But now I believe because they got backed up on the apex before that turn, there might be a big enough gap to where Lucas will be safe.
Yeah,
it's possible.
I mean, it's not much of a gap. It's still hovering around 0.3 seconds. And the Ferrari is in the tow.
Ferrari going up to 284 kilometers an hour.
Side by side.
Around the outside. Lucas defends the inside. They're sliding side by side. Just barely going around.
Yep, that puts Acosta in P2.
But now we're coming up to sectors 1 and 3, where the McLaren is the strongest with this aero efficiency. You will see it creep up on that Ferrari in the corners. Can Lucas manage to get past Ruby here? Because here's what I guarantee this is what's going to happen. They're going to go back and forth. Ruby will get the advantage on the straight, whereas Lucas is going to get the advantage in the corners. So sector 2 will be in the favor of Ruby, while 1 and 3 in the favor of Lucas if he can find a way around.
Yeah, that key part is going to be finding that way around.
That Ferrari is pretty wide, and not to mention it's defended by Ruby.
Yeah, and Ruby is a solid driver all around. Like, she's not an easy person to pass. I say that never even coming close to having an opportunity to pass.
I was tracc.eu at Coda, where I had the unfortunate opportunity to be overtaken by her because of my extreme tire degradation around the track.
Yep.
But as soon as she got past me, it was over.
Yeah, she just disappears over the horizon. And meanwhile, Edwin Law managing to pop up into 7th, getting around Seon KP after the spin.
And now you're going to see the difference. So this is about the same, bit further back from compared to the McLaren, but you're going to see just how much stronger the Ferrari is in tow compared to the McLaren. Whereas you see here the top speed, the McLaren is basically maintaining about the same gap.
I mean, if we look at
this,
if we look at the statistics, or looking at the top speeds, the Ferraris. The slowest Ferrari is faster than the fastest McLaren.
And that is the double-edged sword of the aero efficiency of the McLaren. Now, one thing I will note is that, he gets a bit sideways there.
A little bit of style.
Bit too much brakes. Yeah, a little bit of style. Gotta put a little whip on it. I will make a note. I believe some of the strongest top speed contenders here. Obviously the Ferrari, BMW apparently, even with its ballast, but the older cars like the Jag, the Jag and the GTR, having those top speed advantages, however, not like being good around the corners. I feel they could be present here. However, the Audi Evo 2, I have also noticed, is very strong in straight line speed.
I see. Yeah. I mean, we're not seeing much of those. Also, keep in mind we do have the ballast rules in play.
Yes, the LFM BOP, which I am very thankful for.
Yeah, which has also had a little bit of tweaks to make some of the older cars able to kind of hold their own a bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
Making it
Makes
more of a variety
it
show.
A more level playing field.
Which I personally am considering dusting off the old 488 and seeing what happens.
Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Comparing that to I would love to see that square up against the 296.
Well, and confuse commentators when they see a Ferrari and they go, oh wait, no, that's what? Using the old one? What the heck?
Now wait a minute.
Just paint it like an Alfa Romeo. Go Formula 1 style with it.
Exactly. Now, a little note I'm going to make here. I'm not sure if you saw just on that corner right before Lucas drove through there, but there's been a traffic cone sitting there the entire race.
Yeah, that thing got booped pretty early on.
I'm pretty sure that I'm not sure if that's accidentally placed there or if it's just, meant to be there to alert drivers of a pothole, but regardless, I think it's a cute little cone on the track.
Just a nice little indicator of letting everyone know that racing happened here.
Yes, and that the racing line is in fact not there, so you should stay away.
Yep.
Incidents have been seemingly calming down here a bit now, though, with, the obvious lack of fighting really happening. Just people settling in and getting their stints done.
I like what Groger said in chat. It's the VLC Media Player sponsorship.
What?
VLC, its symbol, its icon is a traffic cone.
Oh, okay. I'm probably too new for that.
Oh, that's... Man, you gotta get open source, man. Information
Maybe.
needs to be free. Uh, anyways, yeah,
Information does need to be free, yes.
the race is settling into the pace stage, where drivers have kind of spread out, gotten their breathing room. Everyone more or less running their own race. I think the closest gap is the one between Acosta and Lichten. I don't know why I keep missing the T in his name. But that's about 2 seconds. Everyone else is anywhere between 4 and a minute and 40. So the field has spread out very nicely.
Yeah, it has indeed. I wonder if we'll be seeing Moritz Hiccup catch up to Lucas, though, as he's not too far behind.
Yeah, and
About
he
a
also
4-second gap.
just set his Hiccup also just set his fastest lap of the race. So he's back.
He's definitely on a
back.
vengeance tour. Without a doubt, trying to make up for the time that was lost under the incidents that have happened.
Yep. Oh yeah, sure enough, you're able to see just hints of McLaren in Hiccup's camera. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at... I know there's a... See if we can't spot a little McLaren in there somewhere. Yeah, sure enough, you can just see him at the end of that straight.
Just barely. About 4.6 seconds is the gap.
And on this long straight, that gap is closing. It is just... the Ferrari is just faster in that long straight.
By at least 0.5, that is half a second, as the McLaren struggles to get it to 280, whilst the Ferrari, even in tow, sitting comfortably at 285.
Yep. That is a big potential advantage, especially at a track like Paul Ricard that has that massive straightaway.
But with these long, sweeping, fast-hand corners, the McLaren almost gets back that advantage and then some in the other sectors.
Yep, as he steadily starts to widen that gap back up to where it was before that long straight. This might just be a case of who makes the mistake first between the two cars. Yeah, that being said, Lucas Lichten has still hovering in that 2-second range between himself and Ruby Acosta. His Hiccup back down to almost 5 seconds between the two cars.
Oh, I just received a message from, I think, Zhang, that Ferrari that was battling me.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
That would be a car of Rick, currently driven by Rick Grott. Or is it Levige? Hard to tell. Both are either liveries that didn't load properly or just white Ferraris. No, both are Q&A Motorsports, so they do have matching liveries as... Okay, that was a little bit close between Grott and Lientvar. As Lientvar overtakes the lapped vehicle. That was potentially a little spicy, but both drivers made it through all right. No contact occurred. Just a little bit of panic. Lientvar goes fairly wide through the turn. Carrying that speed, trying to get the most out of that McLaren's handling capabilities.
Yeah, seems like he prefers a wider line going through there and then tucking it in, just getting as much speed as he can to try and get that advantage.
Yep.
As big as he can.
Yep. Meanwhile, Seon KP actually getting... Oh, about to get unlapped by Zephyratos, but contact in the rear, causing both cars to go sideways. Seong recovering it, Zephyratos recovering it a bit slower, but no full turnarounds occurred as they go through the cone graveyard.
Whew. Starting to get back into it now. The
Yep.
excitement. Whether it be through lap traffic or battles happening on the ground. Hiccup now, he's still gaining time. It's there, but he is gaining some.
Yeah, it seems to be about a quarter second per lap average. He'll gain about a half second in the straights and then lose about a quarter second through the twists. But Hiccup has been running a little bit consistently faster overall, just with the treble at the start kind of made it a bit tricky. As Hiccup is basically working to regain what was lost.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
With a
pole
very
sitter.
aggressive demeanor. He was, yeah. The Ferraris, even with their slight ballast, I believe, no, they actually have 1 kilogram less of a ballast. So they actually have a weight advantage around here.
And it makes sense that McLaren with its aero has been very dominant in ACC as of late. With kind of the Ferrari being one of the main things that can kind of stand against it, at least without doing custom BOPs.
Yeah, I feel with BOPs, like if you have a set baseline, and then you have a set baseline that you know go off of, obviously, and then you can like make slight modifications depending on how the cars perform. But you also have to keep in mind on who's driving it as well, because different drivers will have different results, and
Yeah, you have to
um,
almost do
there's there's so many factors you have to just take into consideration that it's too much for me. So I just take a step back. I'm like, you know what? I'll let you guys handle that. I'll just be here driving.
Yeah, I'll be honest, my abilities as a driver are such that the BOP is not much of a factor. Because either way, I'm going to be like kind of in the back half of any midfield. Although in this race, I'd probably be last right here. Everyone's very quick today.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Everybody is super speedy. Seeing that I qualified dead last.
Yeah, and you're on, well, at least in the GT4 stuff, you were about 1 to 2 seconds faster than me per lap.
Yeah, that was when I was actually like trying to do that. Let's just say the Camaro was a bit tricky at times.
Yeah, you were doing that in the Camaro, and I was in the Ginetta. So, if you put us in matching cars, that would be, I would be behind. Meanwhile, Paige Morton coming up on the Vige. Currently about to go side by side as the battle
Oh boy.
hooks
We
up.
know that BMW currently holds the top speed record. That the BMW is super zoomy. Tries to
And
go around the outside.
to
The
the point that
Ferrari.
gets all the way around by the end of that straight. And is now claimed that P10 or P9 position. And will now do her best to, as they say, run away.
And it looks like car number 21 now has a 10-second penalty for causing that collision between him and Seong.
Yep. Meanwhile, Grot getting a drive-through. Yeah, Edwin Law getting a decent chunk of penalties today. Far more than usual. Usually he'll get like maybe 1 for track limits.
Um, well, how the track limits work is that you get 3 warnings, and then after that, you get the drive-through, and then it resets where you
Ooh,
have 3 more, and then the
Zaffarato's getting
drive-through.
into trouble. Let's see what happened there. A little bit wide on the turn. Looks. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably going to be a rear engine moment.
I would not doubt that for a second.
Like a little bit unstable on the braking, maybe. Yep. Trying to get that weight transferred.
Oh no.
That it wasn't happening. The classic
Unfortunate.
rear engine.
Oh yeah. Unfortunate that the wall did not save the car, or that
Yeah, that textured surface.
the textile track did not save the car from getting into the wall. But yeah, the rear engine car is just extremely unstable, and it's very difficult to try and manage your tires,
Yeah,
specifically the rears.
weight transfer is huge in the Porsche and in GT3s. At least for me personally, on ACC, sometimes it's harder to feel where that weight transfer is.
It's all on the brakes.
Yep. As Grutt gets there, goes through for the drive-through.
Which really makes me wish I had a load cell pedal, that I can actually feel that.
Uh, I wouldn't say you can necessarily feel it. It just makes it easier to be consistent on your brakes.
Yeah, I definitely need that.
Because like there's no feedback through the load cell. It just gives you a more stable thing. Um, I think what a lot of drivers tend to do, myself included, is turn down the engine volume and turn up the tire volume, as well
Oh,
as that way you
I
can
should
kind of hear.
probably do that.
Yeah, you can kind of hear what the tires are doing.
I it's strange to say, but I guess some people can understand it. But I know for feeling the car and stuff, like I feel the brakes and the way the car moves under braking through the wheel, and that's kind of how I'm able to control the car. I do feel like if I were to get a load cell braking, like a load cell brake set, then it'd be even more smooth. As currently I'm rocking the G29 that's clamped to my desk, and the pedals are just on the floor, being held up by the wall. And I got some dad sandals from keeping my office chair from rolling about when I slam on the brakes. It's a very interesting setup, if you would.
I mean, interesting setups. I still use the sequential side shifter even in ACC because it's fun to slap the stick. It is fun to slap the stick.
Sequential size shifter, is that the one that they use in V8 Supercar?
Uh, V8 Supercar, a couple older stuff, like older '90s stuff as
Okay.
well. Just instead of paddle, it's a well, it sits where an H pattern would. I've seen it in like some rally stuff as well as like the older Super GTs. I think had it.
Oh, maybe. More Hiccup. Gap to Lucas now down to 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, although it did widen a little bit, he's currently sitting live at 4.6. So I think Legton was able to widen that gap a little bit.
Am I looking at the wrong gap?
Possibly? I don't... Yeah, maybe.
I'm looking at the one that's on Mord's Hiccup's name. It
Yeah,
says 3.5.
Oh, yes, that's the one that's being shown, because that's from Sectors. The one that's, like, live updated with the race control app is at 4.4 now, because it updates immediately.
I see, I see. Yeah, Lucas definitely losing ground to the Ferraris right now, though. And yeah, you're right, Moritz Hiccup now a second back from what we had just seen before.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a slow lap. Might have gotten a little bit unstable or something.
Got a bit of lap traffic happening coming through the back straight now. As we see Paige Morton overtaking the Ferrari of Garat, I believe.
Yep. think that's Grot. Either Grot or Levige. Yeah, Grot.
And the leader now going for the overtake on the inside, right with him.
Yep. Yeah, both those Ferraris are running identical liveries, so it is going to be difficult to tell them apart at a glance.
You can see that?
Well, they're both on the same team, and what I'm kind of assuming it because they both are just white Ferraris. I think there's something about their files that didn't quite load right.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, no, those are they are on the same team.
Right on. Now Paige Morton will let the leader by.
Yep.
As we see going into the first corner.
Yep, you need to be on the brakes a little bit early because that BMW is going to be carrying speed.
Butter. But it does benefit the leader to be on the brakes early as they have such an advantage over second place. Now what they can do is they can start setting the pace of the field where they don't need to really risk it all that much. They can start preserving their tires and getting more length as we see Yuki now in an awkward position trying to let the leader by.
Yep.
Which I think would be done better. Yep, on the straightaway. There he goes.
Yep. Either Yuki
And
run alongside, letting both cars by. Not really, no need to fight either of them.
nope. And we'll get the advantage of a slipstream as well. The BMW looking to bump draft the leader, getting right all over the rear of him.
Yeah, they are running nice and close. And again, a lot of those drivers are good enough to be able to get away with that.
Without a doubt. It does seem like I think half the grid is actually bunched up right behind the leader right now, and the other half is just kind of spread out throughout the track.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, yeah, with Ruby Acosta 30 seconds back, fairly well spread. It's like
30-second advantage. At this point, do you think you would start fuel saving? Maybe, for me, if I were in this position, what I would be doing is I probably want to maintain a gap. I always like to see double digits for the gap, you know. Honestly, what I would be doing in this scenario is I would probably be using the BMW to my advantage behind me because I know Paige Morton's fast. And what I would be doing is I would be fuel saving right behind that car whilst also using the tow to fuel save down the back straight and preserve tires.
I'll be honest, with the 30-second advantage from my perspective, I would just be chilling. Like, don't push the car too hard. You know, prevent the mistakes from happening. And more importantly, just keep myself from being too overstressed.
Yep.
Oh, Grot getting into trouble.
Oh, no. What happened there? A bit of a oversteer snap into the fast corner?
Oh, they caught the Sausage hard. And went,
testing the
they caught air on
capabilities.
Yeah, they caught a little bit of air.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Might as well paint that, you know, might as well paint that car orange, maybe label it number 1.
Yeah. Got the, hot down. And meanwhile, Hiccup back down to less than 4 seconds between themselves and Licton. We'll see if they're able to work that down. Or if this might turn into a pit stop.
Maybe.
Nice little pit stop drag race.
Incidents and penalties aside, Hiccup has been having a very great race as well, just with improving his consistency and really showing like that he is a force to be reckoned with in endurance events.
Yeah. He doesn't get a lot of screen time or attention from what I've seen, so it's nice to see him getting his day in the spotlight.
Oh, without a doubt. I know the last time he was racing, it was actually against me at Spa for the last race of the V-Track Challenge season. And for, I think, 20 to 25 minutes, Him and I were going back and forth, battling, trying to get past one another, when finally I went on the outside of the S's. I think that's the turn name, right? The section of turns after the Camel Straight.
I think so.
Yeah.
I am very bad with turn names.
That's fair. But without a doubt, a driver you do not want to discredit.
Yeah. Yeah, generally I tend to name turns just on their difficulty. Or like if maybe... like I don't know the official track names, I just have dumb names that I call them. Like, you know,
Yeah.
Hell Turn, Carousel at Home, Brake Check Turn.
I did see Moritz Hiccup driving on the front straight, and I did see him go over the pit lane, the pit exit line. Now, what I want to see happen is how they're going to be enforcing that that warning, because earlier when the race started, there was a warning to all cars to not. Oh, is that Yuki off? Oh, what happened there?
That is Yuki off. It's like coming off of the main straight. Yeah, rear engine moment. And wall.
Oh, there could be some damage on that car.
Yep. Seems the that France is not happy with the Porsches today.
Unfortunately not. Seems to be letting traffic by smoothly and safely. I would not be surprised if we see him come in for a pit stop.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting to see if he's going to want me to hop into the car.
Yeah, there's very likely damage. Because, I mean, it wasn't the hardest wall hit, but it was still a wall hit.
It may not have, and he is coming into the pits. Looks like he will still be staying in the car, though, so it will probably just... Yeah, he hasn't requested me, so I believe he will still be in the car.
Yeah.
But considering that, sitting from a team standpoint, we have a whole lap on the next car behind. We're sitting comfortably, so we can afford another pit stop.
Yeah. Also, I mean, you're only at the 10 minutes. Like you're at the 50-minute mark for that stint, and the Porsche is a very fuel efficient vehicle. So that could stretch out to a 70-minute.
Precisely. We will be working with our strategy and see what we got. Currently, Yuki in the pits, and he will be continuing to drive the car. And I will be right back as I need to use the laboratory.
Yeah, water in, water out.
Yep, you know it.
Yep. Meanwhile, Hiccup down to a 2-second gap between himself and Lichten. Kind of fluctuating a little bit with the turns, but doing that very slow and steady reel in. I don't know if he's going to catch up to him before the pits, or if we're going to see a nice little pit road drag race occur. I believe Hiccup is... Let me just double check. Yeah, Hiccup is running solo, so he will not have to worry about a driver change. Whereas Lichten will be switching to Jordan Brunch, or possibly switching to Jordan Brunch, who, doesn't have 2 hours worth of fatigue setting in. Ooh, looks like you getting a little bit wide, trying to use the most of that track. Now, if Hiccup can get into that tow zone for the McLaren, that's enough to kind of kick off the fight. Off the top of my head, I think it's about a 1 to 1.5 second gap where you start seeing that, depending on the aero of the cars. I feel like with the Bentley, it's probably it would realistically probably be 2 seconds because that Bentley punches a big hole in the air. Sadly, there are no Bentleys in this race, so we will not see the big boys.
Well, yes, interestingly enough, we did run, Yukai Racing did run Big Ben over at Donnie. Figured it would have been appropriate for theme the race off the British car that we had, and also the one that I had found in my parking lot, in the parking lot of where I work.
Oh. Yeah, I know I've made a Bentley livery for, I believe it was the Kame brothers. That was the Dale Earnhardt paint scheme.
Oh, which one? The yellow and blue Wrangler or black Goodwrench?
Oh, the black Goodwrench.
Right on.
That was a funny one. Very confusing, but it did fairly well.
Without a doubt. And okay, correct me if I'm wrong here this time, but is that gap from Hiccup to Lucas
It is at
closing at
about.
a rapid pace?
It was. They were on that straightaway, but it is wetting a little bit as they get into the second sector. Still, overall, on average, it has been closing about a quarter second a lap recently. So we're probably going to see him getting into that slipstream area in, assuming that both drivers maintain like the same amount of paces. We're probably going to be seeing about a 2 or 3 laps before the fight's on properly.
It's honestly kind of funny how the gap from car to car, how like that toe is affected. Like it's usually like from a second closer is when you see the most benefits from toe.
Yep.
I find it so funny how it's the same sort of range as like DRS in Formula One.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. DRS is weird to me, and it's in like designated areas, but having that, I think you start to see a little bit of an effect at like the 1.5 second mark, but it's nowhere near as pronounced. And obviously, the closer to the car, the bigger the effect, which is why bump drafting is so amazing.
Yep. Now, an interesting thing, coming from real life experience, being in tow is a very weird experience.
Yeah.
Um,
I have a less, not necessarily real world racing experience with tow, but I've had cold and rainy days on a motorcycle where I've tucked up behind a semi to get out of that wind.
yeah,
Which,
so behind the
probably not
motorcycle, yeah, on a motorcycle. So I've done motorcycle racing now, and it's completely different from, being behind a semi. I understand that feeling, and honestly, it offers some relief. But when you're racing, a motorcycle and you tuck in behind someone, it feels like something is hitting you constantly. Like every quarter second, it's just bop, 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 bop. It feels like you're getting smacked by the wind, but you're gaining speed, and it's so weird. I
Huh.
experienced that phenomena on the straight of Road America, and it was so weird. Just feeling that being tucked behind a car, because I was going faster, but it felt like the wind was just hitting me right in my shoulders.
Huh. Might have just been like you catching the edges of it.
It could be either that or the aerodynamics of my motorcycle are affecting that. As I have a Gen 6 ZX10R, which has integrated winglets and tail wings, or whatever they're called, tail fins. I don't know.
Yeah. That being said, Hiccup now at the 1.5 second gap as he looms in the shadow of Lucas Legton.
Reminds me of that one song from Love, Death, and Robots, "Living in the Shadows" by I forget the name of the artist, but it's a really good song.
At 1.32. Curious to see what shapes up on the long straight.
1.4.
1.1. Actually,
1.1?
keeping 1 second gap, 1 second flat. 0.9.
It's just
0.8.
closer and closer.
That is the toe. That is the toe activating. 0.7. Yeah, it is just about fight on. I don't think it'll be a proper fight until next lap, but it is beginning. Meanwhile, at the front, Nathaniel Fever running a very smooth race. Honestly, once that first 15 minutes were passed, he's kind of just been gliding through there. Still maintaining that 32-second gap between himself and Ruby Acosta. With Lucas falling a little bit behind Ruby at about 12 seconds. And Hiccup, as we've said, getting into that toe in the straight and closing that gap as best able. With Bryce Valare in the Lamborghini sitting at 5 seconds. After overtaking Son KP, has made a couple positions back. Or has made a couple more positions thanks to basically keeping it clean when others haven't. As Edwin Law lost a couple positions through incidents, and same thing with Lintvar. Paige Morton running through after that. That stop and go costed her some positions as well from the speed on pit row. And meanwhile, Uvij, Luki, and Grot, Yuki, not Luki, and Grot running towards the back.
Without a doubt. Yep.
And I would say that the fight is officially on as Pickup gets within half second of Leighton as they come up on traffic.
Once again,
trying to weave around it.
It's the same Ferrari, isn't it?
It's one of those teammates.
I think that's the same Ferrari that was in the way right as the battle happened with Lucas last time.
Yep, so they're at half second gap. I think Hiccup's going to try and stay close enough to that McLaren until he can get into that straightaway and get a good run on him. At least if, given where he's got the advantage, that's where I would prefer to do it. The tricky part is, can he stay close enough through the turns to be able to capitalize as much as he would need to?
It'll be very interesting. I need to address some technical difficulties real quick.
Alright.
I'll be back in maybe minute 2.
That sounds good.
Give me 1 second.
Meanwhile, Safarato's heading into pits. And coming out of pits. As Lichten doing his best in these turns where he's got the advantage to try and shake that Ferrari as much as possible. He needs to keep him from having enough of an advantage in that straight line to make an overtake. So if he can keep him in that, past that half-second range, he can hold that McLaren at bay for another lap. And that's what he's going to have to do each time until they pit, which drivers are reaching the window for their second stop, or at least the predicted window, if they're spacing them out evenly. We might see a little bit of a shift there. Some drivers pitting early, some pitting late. Depending on what the status of their tires is. As the two cars chase up, Lichten able to maintain a little bit of that gap, even after the long straight, and try and run away. Again, in this, with this matchup, it's very much a matter of keep that McLaren ahead enough in the turns so that the Ferrari can't catch you in the straight. And see how that dynamic pans out as Paige Morton goes to pit as well. Which is going to cede the position to a few other drivers. However, those drivers are also going to need to pit in turn. And this is just a matter of 2.3 Grot with a yellow flag, but that was going into pit row. We'll see if that was a speed or a line thing, but I do not want to miss what's happening in this fight between Lichten and Hiccup. Lintvar getting yellow flag, also going into pit. Seems to be the alert for race control is very aggressive about when it says that there is a spin or incident. But looks like Beaver must have pitted as well, as he's dropped down to 5th. Putting Ruby Acosta in the lead. As the Ferrari and McLaren go side by side down the main stretch. Ferrari just nosing ahead a little bit as the McLaren tucks in behind. Doesn't have the straight line speed to really stop that without unsportsmanlike driving, which hasn't happened. Keep the two drivers keeping it clean. Now that McLaren has to make the push in the straights, or in the turns, and try and overtake that Ferrari there and prevent it from being able to run away on that straight. So we'll see if Lecton is able to do that, or if his, or if the tire wear of the two cars is going to come into play. Hiccup driving pretty hard early on might lead to potential issues as the race continues. Oh, excuse me. And now they reach that straight, and that Ferrari starts to pull away ever so slightly. Now the McLaren does have the tow, so it's going to kind of prevent that a little bit. But even so, that gap is almost up to a second at this point, as Bryce Malari goes to pit as well, as previous race leader Nathaniel Fever comes out of pits. Back in the race, getting their stop done a bit early, hoping to potentially undercut the other drivers or prevent themselves from being overcut.
All right, I am back now. We got that sorted.
Yep. Hiccup has taken, well, now it's a fight for P2. He has taken it. He is currently half second ahead and is doing his best to hold that McLaren off in the turns until he can kind of widen the gap in the straights.
Oh, he is flying.
Yep. Meanwhile, race leader, or Daniel Fever, pitted. He's down into fourth with an 18-second gap, putting Ruby Acosta in the lead. However, all those other drivers are still going to need to pit.
Yep, including us.
Yep.
And I do not know when Yuki will be pitting, but he'll be putting me back in the car when he does come in.
Yep. Now, Yuki did pit earlier with that, or at the, about 10 minutes early, so...
Yeah, with damage, which was repaired. He was having some issues displaying his menus, I believe. That was a technical issue, so we had to sort through. Which
Ooh, Zafrato's getting into a lot of trouble.
Oh boy, that is way off the turn.
I'm getting it sideways. Oh, yep. That rear engine snap.
The rear engine. Well, at least the contact with the wall wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Yeah. I mean, that's still potentially some wing damage.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Like, Hiccup is slowly starting to widen that gap. As they are going to be... I mean, they're going to be pushing for a podium position by the time their pit is done.
Yeah, it'll come down to whoever can pit faster, really.
Yep, Zafrato's heading back to pits, probably to take care of that damage. And meanwhile, Ruby Acosta setting her laps out front.
Leading
Now going
the
to
way.
try and capitalize on that pit stop, try and get as much time as possible for her pits, and potentially be able to, hopefully, or in an attempt to at least give themselves as narrow of a gap as possible once they come out of pit lane themselves.
Now, if I do remember correctly, if I think we're looking at provisionally here, I think it's Ferrari 1, 2, 3 right now.
Provisionally, after stops theoretically, yeah. That being said, there's still 2 hours of racing left, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, as we have seen.
That is Acosta going into pits, which means Hiccup is going to have a lovely taste of his pole position for a little while. As Gonna have a little bit of time in the lead.
Just a bit.
Yep. Sure enough, Fever
Now,
back
one thing
into
I would
third
like to
after
see.
Acosta's pit.
One thing I'd like to see is how much this 15-second penalty is going to affect Edwin Law currently with this position that he's in. He's been having a bit of a struggle this race, unfortunately, with some incidents and penalties
Yeah.
being thrown their way.
Some stuff early on seems to have piled up on him in the first part of the race, and now he's kind of shrugging that off now. Now he is going to have that 15-second penalty, but he had a 30-second gap to the car behind him.
Looks like Ruby Acosta will still be in the car, so
Yep.
no driver's
Oh
walk
no,
for
it is
now.
Rescue Kyoso in
Or it
that
is.
car.
Never mind. Didn't update for some reason.
Yeah, ACC is a little slow on that. It's usually until they finish that first outlap. So our race control is quite nice for that.
Oh, yeah. Ah, nom nom nom. I need my coffee.
Yep. Speaking of which, I have to take care of some technical stuff myself. I will put it on. Let's watch Edwin Law for a bit, and I will be back within a minute or two.
That sounds like a plan, Stan. Currently just seeing the drivers now cycling through their stops, just doing what they can to maintain their grid positions. Not really seeing a whole lot of action happening currently. I believe there's actually something of a battle brewing for the lead, as Mort Sickup still remains out on track with Lucas Selection right behind him. And not too far. However, more lap traffic getting in the way, getting out of the way immediately, I will say, for Lucas. Not interfering with the battle as badly as it could have been. Otherwise, everything else is looking relatively smooth and dandy. As we see Edwin Law now coming in to make his pit stop to serve that 15-second penalty. And possibly either change drivers or strategy. Oh, I am so sorry. Ugh.
The Americans are sleepy.
Yeah, well, considering I've been up for 6 hours, because I woke up at 5 and just couldn't go back to bed.
Oof. Yeah, I'm speaking of which, I'm actually, you mentioning coffee, what I'm doing right now is just making about a bit real quick. Luckily, I have a wireless headset, so I can at least listen in on the action.
Does it have a microphone?
Yeah, I'm at my stove right now, like.
Right on. But yeah, we're seeing Edwin Law here coming in for the pit stop. Just chilling. Getting the service done.
I chose poorly. I should have picked someone who had already pitted.
But as we say, now he is coming out, and Alan Chan will now be hopping in the car for N4G. Getting really close to the cars ahead of him coming out of the pit lane. However, cars doing a good job of avoiding pit exit when there is cars leaving it, so good job on them for that. As we see the Ferrari of... Is that... No, it's not. Who is that?
Which one?
Edwin Law getting a bit loose. I'm looking here at Yuki getting tangled up with some lap cars. Trying to get past him.
Yeah, a little bit. Edwin Law making their way around Yuki. Paige Morton not far behind.
Oh,
You
Edwin
know,
Law has switched out with Alan Chan, so the other driver's taken over.
Yep, Alan Chan is now. Oh my goodness, Yuki, please don't do that. He's scaring me, man.
Their teammate is bump drafting. Okay, they heard you. They heard you. They heard you telling him to simmer down. Meanwhile, Chris
Thankfully.
Tedder taking over for the McLaren of Tedder Racing.
Oh. Right on. Ooh. Yeah, it's interesting watching this race. It seems like there's just always one group around the track where everybody's kind of meeting in the middle and stuff, and then everyone else is kind of like spread out.
Yep. Meanwhile, Bryce Malare running his race very comfortably in P5.
Yeah, he's been there for I think the majority of the race. He's just been chilling in P5.
Yeah, he settled into that position quite nicely and has been running good, consistent laps and,
And
maintaining.
I kind of jinxed it. I was just thinking to myself, this is probably the first time we haven't seen penalties addressed to anybody on the field for a very long time. But now we have Van Baal with a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Ouch. Didn't take too long to clear.
No, considering that the pit lane is basically just straight.
Sure
Now,
enough,
if it
he's
were somewhere
already
like
in.
Spa, if it were somewhere like Spa, now that would have been a bit interesting.
Yeah, Spa, that drive-through penalty is basically a death sentence. Especially when it has that full pit lane. Well, Aether Yuki running side by side with Paige Morton as she takes the position, and Zafrato's going
Very wide.
very wide.
That wasn't for position, was it?
I believe it's...
No, I think Paige
No,
Morton
it's
was
not.
lapping us.
That was lapping. It does a
Yeah.
little bit of weirdness when you lap the car that's like next to you position-wise.
Oh. I gotcha. And
Meanwhile, Mortiz Hiccup heading into pits.
that now puts Lucas in the lead. 69 laps into the race, and Lucas
Nice.
Selection leads. Nice.
He would be happy to have, at the very least, led the one that was most important.
The lap that mattered.
Yep. That being said, once he pits, they'll be giving the position back to Fever, who has already done their second, or their, yeah, this would be the second stop.
Oh man, I can't stop yawning.
Yep. Meanwhile, Rescue Kyoso is going to gain the position on Mortiz.
And aside from Yuki, that should be everybody cycling through the pit stops?
Yeah, I think that just leaves Licton to pit. Licton and Yuki.
Right on. Couple of warnings being dished out here for cars crossing pit exit lane while cars are exiting the pit lane. So it seems that they are enforcing it when a car is present on pit exit. If there's not, I do not believe they are enforcing that.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
naturally
it's there
so.
to prevent the pit exit shenanigans.
Yeah. The, bit of a contact there. A bit of a shove between the Porsches. I'm spectating Yuki right now. There's a bit of contact made there. But everyone holds their lines, and
Yeah,
we're all good still.
I don't even think I saw a yellow flag show up.
Yeah,
It
but
looks
this
like
minor
both-
contact, and looks like it's my time to shine.
Yep. All right. So looks like you're going to be coming in.
I'll be going out. Yuki's
Oh.
coming in.
Gotcha. All right. Well, Lucas Lichten going into pit as well. That's going to adjust it to put Nathaniel Fever in first. Yoso in second. Hiccup possibly third, but might be still fighting them when they come out. We'll see. That's Kyoso nabbing the position. And yep, that's going to be Hiccup nabbing it as well.
All right.
Putting our 1-2-3 Ferrari.
As I had predicted. Yep. That does not surprise me.
Yeah,
I was also kind of expecting to see a couple more like different cars that were more straight line dominant to maybe do that, but it seems that the 296 is that car.
Yeah, not a lot of people picked the oddballs today.
All right, gotta get the car figured out. There we go.
Coffee finishes brewing.
Alrighty, and I'm now back in the Porsche.
All right, good luck. Drive safe.
I don't have a rear view mirror. Haha.
Well, there you go.
Alrighty, well, this is gonna get interesting.
Hopefully, most of the field is spread out. With why is it showing? Most of the field has more or less spread out. We now have. What the heck is going on with that? A little bit of weirdness. It's showing Lucas Lichten in down to 13th, even though they were...
no! Was there a disconnect? An issue with the driver swap?
I think there was an issue with the driver swap. It's showing Jordan Brunch as the driver in ACC, but he's parked. It's, something ain't right there. It's also showing him as, like, the 15th, in position 15, when there were only 14 drivers, so there's some kind of weirdness occurring.
Without a doubt, that's going to be extremely detrimental for Team Iris, if that is the case.
Yeah, that's not good. You know, Chris Tedder is going to be running in fifth. And Malare up into fourth with that. Although, again, this will get, like, as they sort out the thing. Let's see, I think they have disappeared from the listing. Ducato's getting replaced. What the heck is going on right now?
Oh no.
There we go, coming out in... They're now showing 9th. P9. With Lucas Lichten back in it. I think there was an issue with Jordan having a disconnect. I shouldn't. I don't need to be.
Huh.
Most
Weird.
drivers
I
have.
don't think I've seen a disconnect like that.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I mean, the rest of the field is fairly well spread out, so mainly just kind of watching the drivers do their thing as they make their make the rounds.
Yep, not much really happening. Everybody kind of spaced out, doing their own kind of drive. We just vibing big time.
Yep.
However, looks like the 8th and 5th are kind of going back and forth for some reason.
Yeah, I think that's due to, like, where the positioning was, because I'm showing about a, well, pretty wide gaps between them. I mean, the closest gap right now is between Kyoso and Mortiz Hiccup at about 8.5 seconds, with another one between 11th and 12th of 8.5 as well.
Yep. I know that. I know about that one.
Yep, I wonder why. Yeah, this very unfortunate turn of events for the Team Iris McLaren.
And they are still in the pits.
Yeah, they've lost a couple laps at this point. Dropped down into 10th position.
This is definitely going to be interesting because if I'm able to get back around in time, then I think I'll overtake them.
Yep. Lucas Lichten getting out of pits. He's back in the race. Although it cost him 2 laps.
2 laps. Do you think they'll be able to? Do you think they'll be able to make that time up?
Probably not the fullest extent of it. I think if they, I mean, they've got another hour and a half. If they push hard, they can probably make 1 or 2 of those laps back.
But now here's my main concern with that. Who's driving right now?
Right now, it's Lucas Lichten. I don't think Jordan was able to connect.
So if he's not able to connect, then that could result in Team Iris having a DQ because of the fact that one of the drivers needs to have a minimum. Both drivers need to drive a minimum of 30 minutes.
I mean, is that the case even though we have solo drivers as well?
Nope, the solo drivers have their own sort of rules and regulations that they go by, but in the team's rules and regulations, each driver is given a drive time of 3.5 hours, which means that the maximum amount of drive time that a driver has in the team is 3.5 hours. They cannot go beyond that, or they will get penalized, I believe.
Gotcha.
I don't know what like the disciplinary actions are or what will become, but I know that the maximum amount of drive time that team members have is 3.5 hours. So for me right now, I could go to the end and not get penalized because Yuki drove for about an hour.
Gotcha. Okay, so team rules, that might hurt them even more, unless they can get Jordan in there for that last, or for a half an hour.
Yep, if they can get Jordan in there for the half an hour,
from the looks of it, they're heading back into pits. I think they're going to try it again.
That'd be a smart decision on their end. I would probably just disable everything and make it just a sole driver swap. I'd honestly top it off with fuel and do the driver swap just so that way they have the ability to maybe extend a stint and try and recover any sort of lost time.
Yeah, honestly, I'd almost take the opposite approach. They're at the midpoint for when they would normally do a stint swap. So running an hour and a half is iffy, but if you do like a 45 and a 45, because you're going to need to pit anyways, at least try and optimize some of that tire use for the time remaining. I don't know. There's not much of a... It's more of a damage control than any sort of, like, actual strategy at this point.
Yep, but that's what they're going to have to go off of in order to try and recover their race. Unfortunate circumstances for Team Iris.
Yeah, right now, solo drivers are actually, of the top 5, 3 of them are the solo drivers. Yeah, including our leader, Nathaniel Fever. He is running solo and has been pretty comfortably in the lead the entire way.
Right on.
Yep.
So then, if I'm correct to assume, Edwin Law and Alan Chan are the highest team standing?
Now, highest team standing currently is Reska Kioso and Ruby Acosta. They're running P2. Of the top 3, because Hiccup, Malare, Fever, and Zaffaratos and Paige Morton are our solo drivers for today. So almost half the field.
Perfectly balanced.
Yep.
As all things should be.
Interesting to see. And for a 4-hour stint, it's not the worst. It's doable.
Honestly, I know folks who have done 12s and 24s solo because they just I don't 12 is rough, 24 is no.
I have no idea how people can do 24 solo. That just seems downright impossible.
Yeah.
I need my sleep.
Yeah, 12 is just like, okay, I am just going to race today. That is all I am going to do today.
And that is today going into the next day. Like,
yeah,
it's just completely ridiculous in my books.
I think the longest I've done was about 6 hours, and that was because I did 2 3-hour stints of a 24-hour race, and because of team scheduling, they ended up happening in a row.
For me, longest I've done is 3.5 straight.
Yep.
Which I think actually came at Donnie, maybe.
It also alternates, like, VR I can do 3 straight. Outside of VR, honestly, that 6 hours straight didn't feel too bad.
Lucas in the pits again?
Yes. Still, looks like they're still having trouble trying to get him switched over to, Jordan Brunch. And I put him down into now 12th.
Which bumps me up to the top 10. Alright.
Yep. Oh, Hiccup getting very much in trouble. What caused that? Coming down the
Very
main
squirrely.
straight. Are going through, getting unsettled, going a bit too wide, catching that hard surface and getting the snap, getting that side clip into the wall. That's gonna hurt. Going to maintain his P3 positioning. However, that's putting Bryce Millare less than 10 seconds behind. And potentially damaging that Ferrari, which, if that's the case, Bryce might have a chance to get into a fight for that podium position.
It's entirely possible. It's some other news, though. Some other good news. I got my mirror back! Yay! I'm no longer a hazard to the people around me.
That's good to hear. The commentator's curse is not supposed to apply to the commentator being on the track and crashing anybody, so do try to avoid that.
Will do, sir. Now, it seems like I got the leader coming up on me. Well, he's getting at least 2 seconds a lap, so
Yeah.
I'll have to let him by when it's safe to do so, and just continue my race on my merry way.
Yep. That is going to be the flavor for this stretch of the race, as all drivers are at a minimum 10 seconds apart. So there's not really any position battles going on. So what we're going to be seeing now is going to be the lap traffic ballet.
The lap traffic ballet. That's a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I mean, you could say it's like the Nutcracker ballet as well, just keeping it seasonal.
Yeah, to that tempo. Right along with turn 1 heroics.
Oh, what do they say? No heroics into...
Lap.
What's the first turn at Monaco?
I don't remember.
Yeah, but they say no heroics into wherever.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, listening to the sweet, sweet sounds of that Aston Martin.
That crossplane V8 is a beast, I will say.
Yep. I almost for a moment thought that was going to be the V12 one, as some of the drivers do like to use that one in Track GT to enjoy the sound.
There was a driver who was going to participate in the V12, but unfortunately had to withdraw.
Mm-hmm. I believe that was Champ Chulo.
May he rest in peace.
Yep.
May the V12 rest in peace. We will live to see it another day.
Yep.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Yeah. All depends on driver choices. All you, if you would like to see the V12 reappear in V4H, all you have to do is join the tracc.eu Discord and sign up on SimGrid, and you can be the change you want to see and revive the mighty V12 Aston.
That you can do, yeah. These events are open. These events are open, you know, to the public for people to register. The majority of them, at least. I don't think V-Track is. That one's more so VTuber related, but
Yeah. Well, and even then, it's open to like if you're a VTuber, you can race in it. You don't need to be like a specific sim racing VTuber.
precisely.
That's the only restriction on it. But yes, you. Also, by the way, Julian, that plug will cost you and beer.
What was that?
Uh, the shilling of the Discord and the race will cost and beer.
Yeah. Just about hit a traffic cone somehow. Managed to get on the back straight. Don't know how or when that got there, but.
I mean, we've had the cone graveyard for a while. Might have gotten.
Oh no, this
kicked
isn't.
over.
This isn't. It isn't the same one after the turn. It's a new cone. We got a new cone.
New cone. DLC updating. Let's see. We're almost pushing that gap between first and second to nearly a minute now. As he comes up on Polukai.
Yeah, just signaling him to pass me there with the brake lights.
Yep.
As I don't have my hazards bound to any buttons.
Yep. If you have the tail light, oh, you mean like the brake lights? Because
yeah, just... I got on the brakes like a few times, just signaling, hey, pass me. I'm not fighting you.
Gotcha. See, the one advantage of the slap shifter is I can set the paddles to be my turn signals.
That's an interesting, weird flex, but okay. Ooh, 31 seems to get a drive-through. Track limits?
Yeah, most likely.
Unfortunate.
It's like the 248 going to be the next one that will be crossed by Beaver. He has to work as he is still maintaining just a blistering lap time. So he is a full second. His last lap was a full second faster than everyone else's last lap.
Oh, okay, he's fast.
Yeah, he is quick. He has been in the low 55s all race. Like, he's just been very consistent.
I wish the Porsche could go that fast. But I'll be happy with my 57s.
There's Reska Kyoso running down short behind. Oh, about a minute behind, coming down that same long straight. The East Von Ball getting a little bumpy through the chicane section.
Yeah, but honestly, the curbs are hit or miss. Just depends on how you hit them.
Car number 31 of De Jong is going to be stopping in for his pit, or for his drive-through. That cleared. As George goes through some of that technical section, that Aston just gliding over the bumps.
Oh, the Aston's so smooth. I do not doubt that for a second. That Aston is so smooth.
Meanwhile, Paige Morton in the BMW. It looks like she recently got lapped by Chan.
Does Paige Morton still hold the top speed record currently?
Let's see. Yep, she still holds it at 290. The closest with Beaver 1 kilometer behind with 289. And then Kyoso and Hiccup with 288.
Huh.
So those Ferraris are quick. Quite quick.
Yeah, I think I saw once on the dash of this Porsche. I think I saw just barely 280.
Let's see. That Porsche 281. The other Porsche did 282.
Poor top speed.
Yeah. Well, it does handle quite nicely when it's not trying to kill you. And sometimes when it is
Allegedly.
trying to kill you, that's when it's handling the best.
Oh, finally got my first warning. There we go.
Now, I am wondering, at this pace, if we aren't going to see something interesting happen. By which I mean, Beaver's got a full minute gap, well, just shy of a minute to the cars behind him. He is honestly almost lapping 5th place at this point. If this was a long enough race, he could potentially lap every single other driver. Which would be
I believe it
flex.
actually almost did happen at Donington, didn't it?
I'm not sure.
I could have swore it did.
Yeah, it's kind of getting a little sleepy of a race. We got, like I said, all the cars are more than 10 seconds apart. They are running their paces, keeping it relatively safe. Haven't seen a yellow flag in quite some time. Commentator's curse in 3, 2, 1. See, me saying that might have prevented it. I don't know, and I'm not going to say it prevented it because that will reactivate the commentator's curse. So it's a very smooth race. This would be a very... Honestly, this would be a very relaxing one to drive.
Coincidentally enough, I actually fell asleep to listening to the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing LMH race around Fuji.
I remember that race, yeah. It is a good sound.
Yeah. And the awesome thing too is that Gazoo Racing, they live stream their cars, POVs, on YouTube for free.
Oh, that's actually really nice of them.
So that's how I was able to get that and watch it. Oh, hey, I can't drive with one hand. All right, we're gonna show off a bit here.
Don't you? I wouldn't call that showing off.
Well,
I would not call that
tried.
showing off.
My arm got fucking. Oh, there's something weird. Okay, I'm just gonna whip it across.
I'm
There we
gonna
go.
turn the camera away from whatever that is.
Yep. Please do.
Meanwhile, looks like Fever is going to be very shortly coming up on the number 5 to lap. Might be extended a little bit by the that straightaway. But he is just about at the point where gap to the leader is a lap.
Meanwhile, Mortiz Hiccup sitting about 15 seconds behind the number 13 Ferrari of Resca Kioso. Keeping it relatively clean between the two cars. At this point, drivers are primarily focused on running their race and not getting into any sort of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely what we're trying to do here.
Ideally, it's what they
We're gonna
are doing.
Yeah, we're gonna disregard what happened there.
Oh boy. Now, annoyingly, I don't have a relative option in the in race control to see where drivers are like close to each other, regardless of lap. So I could look at, some of the working through lap traffic. So I just kind of have to look around and see.
The Porsche would be so much better if the tires could actually last on this thing.
That is the struggle. Got a message for you from one from the 31.
Oh no.
From the 31 of Daejeon. He would request that you would crash again so that you two can battle a little bit.
Tell him that if my if my shirt gets on my arm in a weird way again, that might happen.
All right, so you got to hope for a wardrobe malfunction, and then it'll happen.
Yeah, exactly.
It will be a stream-friendly wardrobe malfunction, but it is what it is.
Oddly enough, it was irritating my bicep. So because I have a long sleeve and I rolled it up and then it slid down and it got into my arm and then I pulled the oopsie daisy.
See, that's what you get for not racing in thigh highs. Because
I am okay.
It's the Yukai racing way.
No. Okay, this is no. You see, this is just the femboy propaganda you guys are just trying to put on me. That's 100% what this is.
That covered the team banter for today. That's about as much as I want to push it on stream.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, but we big chilling right now.
Yep. Yeah, it's at the relaxed stage. And I think our closest gap is 28 seconds. Between
That's the closest gap?
That is... Oh, wait. Oh, no, sorry. You are the closest gap at 6 seconds. I was looking at the gap to leaders. Or the leader gap thing, and I was like, well, that's a lot.
Oh, hey, Ruby.
Hello.
Ah,
How's
welcome.
it going?
Yeah, I'm just talking to say hi as a fellow broadcaster. And, so from what I'm seeing, number 74 doesn't need a bathroom break at all, apparently.
No, they're just staying out, keeping at it.
By the way, I did see that spin, Palu.
No, you didn't see anything.
Yeah, I did. Don't worry, I saw everything. But yes, just pop in and say hi and support my fellow broadcast friends here, and yeah, just crashing the party a little bit.
Oh, it's always welcome. Again, it's
without a doubt. You want to give us? Would you mind staying for a bit and giving us a bit of a race update on how Mirai United is doing?
Sure. We are second at the moment. We're quite a ways away from Fever at the moment. I was holding about 29 seconds, but we lost like 10 seconds in the pits. I don't know how. I think it's because of the way the car reset on into the pits, because that's always really fun when you don't get it like super exact. But yeah, Riska's just struggling for pace right now with the car. Like he's just like we haven't been able to extract as much pace as we did in the first stint. But hopefully, when I get in the car, it'll change for the better. And yeah, so far so good though. We've had a few close call lap cars, and I had a really good battle with Lucas, and Lucas nearly got into me, and I think I scared him a little bit. I scared him out of his thigh highs.
Well,
It definitely seemed that way, yeah.
oh, we're not getting away from this one today, are we? Anyways, actually, yeah, you're currently fighting all of the cars in the top 5 except for yours and Tedder's at the moment are solo drives. So there seems to be... The folks are figuring out the magic of not worrying about bathroom breaks for 4 hours.
Oh yeah, I wish that was me, but unfortunately I had to cut my stint short because I was, yeah. But I'll leave you guys to it. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you and good luck.
That was a nice little visit.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, kind of a little bit of a mid-race interview there from the driver, or one of the 2 drivers for Mirai United, Ruby Acosta. Currently, I think they are in 2nd place with Reska in the car, and looking to close out on a very, very strong note.
Watch the cars continue their run. We got about 10 minutes before people start reaching their final pit stop for that last push.
So now here's the interesting thing. A couple things can happen. Either one, people pit right now to maximize their stint timer and run the last stint, or what they're going to do is they're going to run their stint timer out as long as possible and then short fuel the car with fresh tires and go aggressive to the end.
Yep.
I'm currently debating on what I want to do right now, but knowing the Porsche, I think I'm going to try and extend my current stint and then just go ham with the last part.
Yeah, that tends to be how I do it. I like to stay out long for the first half and then finish on the best tires I can. Or with tires that I can push, that I don't have to push as long. That being said, I think all of our drivers have covered their stint timers. Seems that the Iris Racing McLaren had to drop out as I'm not seeing them on the grid anymore. Oh, and Alan Chan getting into a little bit of trouble. Stopped on the side of the road. Looks like he almost missed pit lane. Gonna cost a little bit on... Gonna cost a little bit of time on the lap, but nothing too bad. They are serving a drive-through, so they'll have to run in and do that and then come back around after. Yep, so that's their drive-through
okay,
knocked
Porsche's
out.
getting a bit squirrely.
I see that. I see you're on a yellow flag. I believe you were off track there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Rear's getting a bit squirrely, but we're okay. We're fine. Nothing to see here. Just normal racing. Smile away, boys.
Yep, Porsche moment.
Oh, I just hit that cone.
Don't hit the cones.
Well, it's not my fault. It's just on the track.
Yeah. This is also, not only is this the part of the race where drivers start to get a little bit of fatigue, especially those solo ones, but it's also the one where the commentators start to get into that weird stream of consciousness where we just say whatever comes to mind.
Yeah, but it's just in that awkward phase where we're not quite at the end, but there's just not really much action to be commentating anyway.
And honestly, it's good for the drivers. I'll say that much. 4 hours of constant battling is exhausting. So having some of this breathing room where it's essentially a run your pace, let it sort it out where it will, You know, it's at least to me personally, that's my favorite part to be driving during. Although I
Yep,
don't mind
and
a good battle here and there.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that there are a couple other people who would agree with you in that aspect.
Yep.
Me, I personally prefer. I don't mind the consistency. Like obviously you can see here, just vibing. But I do enjoy the pressure. I feel it makes me go faster and offers a challenge to people that are racing and just providing entertainment as well.
Yep. It also kind of depends. Like I like to race with music playing, so this is the part where
Now,
I'm
what
like,
kind of music?
yes.
Fair enough.
I have done full endurance stints while listening to polka music. It's a good time. It's actually very fitting when the race is chaotic.
Yeah, funny enough, at one point I think I was doing an endurance race, and either that or I was practicing, I was running a stint or something. I literally pulled up Avatar: The Last Airbender on my other monitor and just kind of watched it when I was on a straightaway or something.
Put in a nice podcast. Get your
Yeah.
ebooks in. Well, that is we are now watching Fever come up on P5 for the lap. And Paige Morton heading into pit. She's going to set up for her final stint as a solo driver. Not like overall, but final stint of this race as a solo driver. Kind of get that 45 seconds of respite. Respite. Actually, I've never heard that word said out loud often enough. George is going to do the same, possibly with a driver swap Tuesday on KP.
It looks like these guys are going with the option of coming in early to extend their last stint as long as possible and to try and use consistency to their advantage.
Yep. And honestly, with the way this pack is spaced out, that might be the way to do it. Let the folks who are sprinting make mistakes in a rush and try and capitalize on that.
Indeed.
Joshua DeJong getting into a little trouble. Happened there at the time. Went a little bit wide and just kind of might have gotten lost on track. Kind of stopping to reorient themselves and then continuing on their way.
With all the layouts at Paul Ricard, it does not surprise me. I mean, I've even gotten lost around here. When I drove around this track for the first time, I thought I had the chicane up.
Yep. The one nice thing about Bathurst,
Oh, there's everything nice about Bathurst.
one of the nice things about Bathurst, there is no way to get lost on track and it's very hard to get it off track because the off track is a wall.
Actually, funny enough, one of the first like uphill hairpin, after you go down the straightaway and then make that uphill right-hander into the kink and then that tight corner, you can get track limits from that actually.
That's funny.
And you can get track limits by running it wide.
Ah, gotcha.
I have seen, and I don't understand it because like there's a wall there. I guarantee it's just track limits to track limit, because I highly doubt anyone would gain an advantage from going wide at that turnaround Bathurst, but yep, in ACC it's there.
Yeah. Bathurst track limits tend to be very self-correcting.
Well, I mean, it's either that or the wall.
Yeah, precisely.
But that's why I love it so much. Favorite track.
It's up there. I think mine is Laguna Seca.
I can respect that.
Although, when limited to ACC, Road America is my home track and therefore my favorite.
And yeah, I can definitely see where that's your favorite. As you know, it's kind of mine as well. As I've actually raced around it on my motorcycle, and oh my god, that track is something else.
Yep.
Especially with the new asphalt. And funny enough, coincidentally enough, the GT series is actually racing there the weekend prior to me going on track. I went on track on a Monday, and the Sunday before they had the I think the American GT series there.
Hmm.
So the track was rubbered in, freshly paved, and it was clear and sunny all on Monday. So it was like perfect conditions.
Oh. Uh, Brunch wants to know if you want Yuki in the car for another stint.
That's up to him. If he wants to drive, I'll let him in.
All right. Pass that along.
Are there like DMs being exchanged, or is he talking in like chat?
This is in stream chat.
Okay,
If it's in DMs, I probably wouldn't say anything because I'm streaming and I don't have
that's fair.
I have Discord like underneath the window for race control, so I won't see any messages for a while.
Yeah, it's one of the unfortunate things of commentating and driving at the same time. I can't really communicate with my teammate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a unique set of problems.
We still have fun though.
Oh yeah, no, this is a very pleasant, relaxed race. I mean, despite the first half of it having penalties for days.
Yeah, it seems like the penalties have really settled down now.
Yeah, everyone got it out of their systems. Oh yes, Jordan Brunch is saying that he is your team manager.
What?
Yeah.
I have a team man. Wait, when did I hire him?
Just now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, Yuki hired him for as a temp. Yeah.
Oh, he went through the temp agency to hire him. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. Well, all right. I can respect it. But yeah, yeah, Yuki, if you want to do the final stint, just let me know and I'll get you in here. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna drive this thing to the end if you don't want to.
Yeah. Yuki has said that they are down. Actually, Yuki has said, Becky, let me smash Porsche at LOL. So I'm assume that means that Yuki wants to drive.
I'll let him close. All right, I'll run it until the fuel's gone, and then we'll get you in there.
All right.
Blah, blah, blah.
And we're kind of just watching the cars go round.
You spin me right round, baby, right round.
No, don't spin. Don't spin. That's bad. As Bryce Malari goes in for their pit. Might be Milliere. Names will be butchered. I am Midwestern. I am sorry.
I feel that. I feel that. Funnily enough, I think we're both from the. Yeah, we are.
Oh, Fever and Dijon going into pits at the same time. That was a moment of panic because I saw two yellow flags pop up in race control at the same time. Bit of a
Yeah,
we're back.
naturally.
We're back in it moment. It's like, yeah, we're just at that hour remaining mark, so this is when drivers are going to be doing that last gas and gulp.
Rear tire's definitely starting to slip around a fast right-hander because, certified Porsche moment.
Yeah.
See where drivers are going to end up after pits. Well, Fever getting out of pit lane before losing a position. He's already out. This has just been a very dominant performance by him so far.
Oh, dominant's an understatement. His performance has been just so incredibly fast.
It's been very fast, very clean, honestly very effective going through traffic. Man's running an endurance race and he's running it right.
Precisely. All right, Reska, get behind me. I'll give you a tow.
All right, we will watch Reska get the tow from the co-commentator.
Yeah,
in his attempt
right
to,
behind.
I guess try and negate the commentator's curse. If this ends badly, it's your fault.
Beautiful. Oh, the arrow wash. Okay, we're good.
Find thine clean air. Ooh, meanwhile, Hiccup getting kicking the tail out a little bit as he comes around. I'm guessing those tires are a bit heated as well. He's probably hoping for an opportunity to fight either Kyoso or Acosta for that P2 position. Again, getting dropped down to like 3/4 of the way down the field at the start. He's made his way back up into podium.
Yeah, he's just kind of, I mean, ever since his incident, he's just been kind of like slowly sneaking his way back up. He's been doing very good with that.
Yeah, he's been running an excellent race.
The top speed of these Ferraris is just incredible.
Yeah, they are quick. They're absolutely rapid vehicles, actually. No other real way of putting it. We've got a very steady run-up going on. Closest gap is, well, actually to the lead is Reska Kyosa, who's only 5 seconds back from Fever after their pit stop. After Fever's pit stop. Reska does still need to pit. As does Hiccup. Milare has sorted their... Miller has sorted their pit stop already. So, provided no issues occur. Speaking of which, there's Kyoso heading into pits. I don't think we're going to see... we've got potential for a battle of position between Hiccup and Kyoso. And the Mirai team. There's only about a 15-second gap. Depending on how things pan out, they might be able to turn that into a duel.
If one can get a pit stop done faster, yeah.
Yep. As it is, we're looking at... the main thing that's going to cause a fight is going to be a spin.
Or an incident.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Some type of misfortune is going to be what leads to a battle happening here at the final stint of Paul Ricard, 4 hours.
Porsche. Rear's not really a big fan of endurance racing, but, you know,
Filling in for the
do
team.
what you
Yeah.
gotta do.
I'll be honest with the VTRAC sprint format, the Porsche might be pretty strong.
It could be strong. If driven correctly, it's possible it can be utilized to be quite the weapon. Oh, do you ever crack your back when you, like, inhale?
No. No, I don't.
Is that, like, something I should probably get checked out?
I don't know. I'm probably not one with the healthiest of backs. Given the stuff that I have to move around and lift and carry for work, but, you know, it is what it is. Actually, if you do it right, if you're, like, positioned the right way, I guess it kind of could happen.
Okay, good. Glad. I'm glad, because I thought I'm, like, already picking up on some early signs of scoliosis or something.
Yeah, that's not good.
But nope, everything's good. Oops, excuse me.
You're excused.
Yeah.
As we go through. Yep, field is largely stable. This is going to be a battle of consistency. Or it has been a battle of consistency. Let's see, who haven't we watched for a bit? I haven't really been watching Andres Safaratos much.
Yeah, the other Porsche.
Yeah, they are bringing up the rear right now, but they had a disconnect that cost them quite a few laps. So
I admire the fact that they're still fighting.
Yeah.
They never back down, never give up.
I mean, one of the things about endurance racing is even just finishing is a victory. It's a tough race.
It ain't over till it's over, though.
Yep. Yeah, even in sim racing, like it's a challenge. So they go into pit. Let's see. Take a look at that beautiful Aston of yours. I do adore the metallic purple on gloss white. It's just a good look.
The Pan Formula livery is the look.
Yeah. They rock it very nicely. As the joint Hungarian-South Korean team works their way around for another lap.
I do also see number 31, another drive-through.
Yeah, looks like they're getting the track limits. It is worth mentioning that after your first penalty, it does happen faster afterwards. So they do have a tendency to stack significantly.
Fair enough. I really wish I had like some windshield wiper fluid right now, though. Like, just trying to scrub off my windscreen with a dry wiper is not really efficient.
I mean, you do get that dirt buildup, and you know, visibility is kind of important when you're going very fast.
Just a tad bit.
Meanwhile, Fever still just running a second faster than the rest of the field each lap. His last lap was A 54.5. I mean, that's borderline quality pace.
It's honestly kind of scary how fast drivers can get when they just get in the zone.
Oh
When
yeah,
they just- yeah.
yeah, no, he is schmoving right now.
Without a doubt. Because I know for that I'm kind of that way as well. Where my race, usually I'll have a faster lap in my race than compared to my qualifying.
Yep. Now, that being said, some of the other drivers have also dipped into those 48s. Ruby Acosta, actually. Oh, speaking of which, let's go back.
Was that an incident?
It was a... That's I'm checking. Yeah, so looks like Rick Grat got airborne off the sausage curbs and just had the slightest tap with Ruby Acosta.
Oh boy.
Didn't seem to upset her race too much, but it was a boop. Yeah, the Sausig will, the Sausig does not forgive.
Not in the slightest.
Especially cars with stiffer setups. The Sausig will punish.
And I'd imagine that the majority of the cars here are running those stiffer setups simply because of the fact that Paul Ricard does not really have many bumps or anything like that in the track. It is fairly smooth.
Yeah, it's a smooth track.
As I am once again giving a lapped car some good tow.
See here.
I'm not sure he was expecting that.
No, I don't. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is a painful commentary because they're just driving, they're cruising, they doing their thing.
Oh, we doing the big cruise.
Yep. Looking at probably about 120 lap race. We just break the 100 lap barrier with 44 minutes remaining.
Well, I am very behind.
I'm fairly certain that Fever is going to be able to lap up to P4. This is honestly his, barring a disconnect or freak accident, he's got a significant edge or significant performance in this race. Like, well, as Alan Chan heads into pit for their final sprint stint with Edwin Law, possibly. I think honestly, I think the most interesting driver to me, well, maybe not interesting, but I think the Rex Millar has been very impressive with his race so far. I don't think he's had any incidents or off tracks. He's just been running it clean and consistent, and that's enough to put him up into P4 in this race.
He has been present the entire race. That's
Yeah.
basically about it. But yeah, he's running very good for an endurance race. Just minding his own and just vibing.
He actually is tied with Mortiz Hiccup for his best lap. So they've both run 55 227s. Oh no, his was a 277. But it's just been that solid consistency overall, just running it clean, kind of exemplifying position through attrition.
Huh.
In a lovely way.
So, you got any plans for New Year's?
None, no formal plans. The
No
informal
formal plans, just staying up and watching the New Year go by.
Yep. It's gonna depend
Yeah,
what
I
a couple
feel
friends
that.
are doing.
I'm thinking about going to a ski resort and seeing some fireworks. I think I might do that.
That could be fun.
Yeah, very fun.
Van Ball hitting, getting that knocked out. Hiccup still hasn't done his final pit stop yet, I don't think. So he might be running a. I don't think he's gonna be able to do a 2-hour stint, but
No,
with the
he
amount of
won't.
fries
See,
fuel.
there's the 70-minute timer. If he pit right at the hour 10 mark, then he should be good to go until the end of the race.
Gotcha. No, I don't think he did. I think he just. I think he's gonna have a nice little 30-minute sprint at the end. Oh, it's this yellow. Okay, that's just pitting.
Yep. Yeah, I decided to come in.
I was gonna say I didn't hear any shrieking or panic noises, so I guess it probably wasn't a major caution.
Yep, we'll hand the car over to Yuki to close out the race, and I should be available to commentate for the rest.
All right. Get that focus in. I realized that after my trip, I forgot to get anything to mix with coffee, so I'm just drinking black coffee right now. It's all right.
It's respectable. I can get behind it.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Ooh.
Beaver getting a drive-through.
Oh. Is that going to affect him at all?
Honestly, he's got about a 30-second gap to Hiccup, but Hiccup still needs to pit. And about a 48-second gap to Ruby Acosta, who has pitted. So it might even things up a little bit. I don't think it's going to cost him the lead, at least not right away, unless...
With a 27-second... We'll have to keep a close eye on Hiccup.
Yeah.
As he's coming through the S's now.
Yeah. I think Hiccup might be able to nab the lead position for a little bit, but he still has to pit. So short term he's good. Short term he might nab it.
Well, he comes around the final corner here.
And
Leader is just getting to the pit exit. This is gonna be narrow.
yeah, I think he's gonna come out just behind.
And he comes out and
Just
oh, that might be a penalty on Hiccup's end. He crossed over the pit exit line as he was there. If you
Ooh.
saw that, that could be a penalty on Moritz Hiccup's end.
Yep.
Either that, or if the stewards just decided it'll be a warning. But regardless, while the car was exiting, did cross that line, and I'm pretty sure that statute's for a penalty.
Potentially. Don't know if he's done it before, so that might also just be a warning.
Yeah.
But
Well, for Mort's sake, we can only hope.
yep. Now the question is, like I said, Hiccup still does have to pit. So is he going to do it now, or is he going to do a little bit of defense and see if he can hold on to that P1 position for a little bit? Man, Nathaniel Fever, honestly, this entire race, he's been a full second ahead of every drive. His fastest lap is a full second faster than all but 2 of the drivers. So he is a very rapid individual.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ruby Acosta's still 45 seconds behind that.
Looking back at the laps here, I think you might be correct in saying that Moritz Hiccup might still have to pit. And here he comes into the pit lane.
Yep.
Well, it was a worthy attempt, but unfortunately just had to come in, I guarantee, because of that stint timer.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm curious to see is, well, he doesn't have to worry about a stint timer. He's solo driving. But,
oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. Hiccup is solo.
What I'm curious to see is if he's going to come out of pit lane close enough to Ruby Acosta to have a little bit of a duel going on. It's going to be cutting it close.
No, I think there's going to be a sizable gap there, unfortunately, as these pit stops usually take about 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not enough for it.
But if he is going to be short fueling and changing the tires, he'll be able to drive as aggressively as he wants. With only 35 minutes remaining in this race, he'll be able to just go to town.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see if he can make up that deficit.
Well, it's looking like it's going to be about a 20-second deficit as he comes out. 23 seconds. Our top 4 or 5 have all pitted. With Bryce Malare coming out. Bryce Malare only 2 seconds behind Hiccup. So he might have come out fast enough for a battle to occur, but it's going to be between himself and Malare, both of which their best laps are within 5/100ths of each other. So these drivers both have fairly similar pace. We might have a fight on our hands.
Ooh, it just might.
We shall see.
There is indeed only one way to find out.
Yep, it's going to be a nice little battle for the podium. Now, the Ferrari does have a slight edge for straight line speed. 288 kilometers an hour versus the Lamborghini with 286. Oh, one of the McLarens got up to 287. Okay.
Which one was that?
That is the one of Tedder.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
But yeah, looking to be an Italian sweep, first through third, Ferrari, fourth, Lamborghini.
Yep. Just with that McLaren holding it in to prevent it from being a top 5. Malare sitting about 2.5 seconds back from Hiccup. See if he's able to do any sort of reel in.
What to hold out for a hero here with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, that is a big difference. Malare's... Oh, Paige Martin with a drive-through.
Yep. Appears to be for track limits, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, one thing to keep in mind is Hiccup's on a fresh car, fresh tires, and honestly, he probably has fuel load out for about 30 minutes. He might have lowered the fuel amount a little bit. Malari's been out for 40 minutes already at this point. He stopped right at the hour and 8-minute remaining mark. And that is going to give Hiccup a bit of an advantage as he's already starting to kind of widen that gap a little bit. Just very narrowly lap by lap.
Indeed, narrowly. But the big question everybody's asking, can Hiccup close 21 seconds in half an hour?
We'll see. It's about a second per minute. That's going to take quite a bit of closure. It's at 22 seconds right now.
And it's not going to be easy trying to push up on Ruby as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ruby's been known to do some pretty impressive charges herself.
Yep, catching up is one thing, overtaking is another.
Yep. Yeah. Now, Hiccup does have the advantage of being able to go full send.
That he does, yeah.
As he sets his fastest lap of the race at a 54.8. Making it now 4 drivers that have come within a second of Nathaniel Fever. At least that are currently showing on the grid. Oh, Lucas Leighton coming back in.
He did not hear no bell. He is back.
Okay, maybe possibility of Bell. He popped back
We'll just
out.
have to see what sort of issues they're having. It seems to be on the end of Jordan Brunch.
Yeah, some sort of connection issue, it seems.
Ugh.
Let's get some of the car sounds going. Here's some different ones besides Ferrari and McLaren. I think the Aston is probably the best sounding car on the grid right now.
Unless you like a flat 6 with straight cut gears.
I do like the flat 6. However, it's less about the sound and more about the fact that it has the 9,000 RPM red line. I like my motors to scream.
Right on. Yeah, my that's why I like motorcycle racing so much.
Yep.
Yeah, cause my bike, I think it redlines at 14.5.
Yeah, the good.
Yes.
I mean, my old one redlined at about 11.
Oh, right on.
That was an old like 90s
yeah.
VFR, so
Ooh.
not
Right
not a modern sport bike, but a fun one that wanted to kill me.
Yeah, you know, I feel everybody has a bike that... I feel everybody has a dream bike that kind of treats you like that. Mine being the Honda CBX.
Yep. Yeah, no, I've since sold that one. Probably just gonna get a nice little 400, like, town bike type thing.
Yeah.
Like Moto Guzzi or something. The smoked cone.
Commendable.
Yeah, easy going.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to enjoy driving fast in a car more than a motorcycle.
I'm the other way around.
I just have a higher fear of death.
I guess you could interpret it like that.
Yep. Well, I'm not sure Hiccup's going to be able to run that down entirely at his current pace. Still hovering around the 21-second mark.
It isn't over till it's over, though.
And stuff can still happen. Lap traffic can be in the wrong place at the right time, or the wrong place, wrong time. It can happen to anyone. Drive-throughs are still a thing as well.
Yep. That's not finished until the race is.
Yep. Let's see.
The gap between Hiccup and Malaire is definitely widening, but I'm not sure the gap between him and Rubio Costa is narrowing.
Yeah, it's kind of... Drivers have settled in.
It appears to be that way.
Yeah, I think they're just enjoying the cruise. Okay, Hiccup once again improving on his best lap time, though. He just set a 54.4.
Yeah, I don't think he's sitting back and cruising right now.
No, he's doing his best to he's charging. That being said, Ruby Acosta running a 54.9.
Almost identical. They know what's at stake.
Yep. They know the gap is enough that with a little bit of unpredictability, a position change could happen. And it's just something where they want to kind of give themselves a little bit of cushioning. This Hiccup is not only chasing Acosta, he also has to run away from Malaire.
Yep, and with the lap car of George in front of him, it's not helping his case.
No. Yeah, George is going to let him by. Fairly cleanly. No, actually, no, that was perfectly clean. I don't know why I said fairly.
Oh, it was a beaut!
Yeah.
And in terms of the question regarding either a warning or penalty for Moritz Hiccup, regarding that incident with the pit exit, nothing has come of it. So, yeah, everything should be fine.
Not. Hiccup's now below that 20-second barrier.
He has been for a bit. Floating around 19 to 20.
Yep. If this was a... Well, a lot of folks, if this was a bit longer, you'd be seeing a bit different results because people would be changing the strategies to kind of match.
Oh, yeah.
Every once in a while, it's interesting to see when you have a driver on a charge, like, oh, what if that race was, 20 minutes longer? But then they might not be able to charge as hard.
Yep, you'd have to take all those factors into account.
Yep. We go 23 minutes remaining. Gap starting to... the gap between third and fourth is starting to stretch out a little bit. It's at about 9 seconds.
Steadily getting there. I believe Miller is just content and happy with the position he's in, so he's not really fighting it.
Yeah, it's a solo drive. He probably knows how much he can and can't push. I don't know his racing history specifically, but the way he's driving this makes me think that he's got a fair chunk of experience in endurance racing.
Yeah, from seeing the way he's doing this drive, I agree with you.
Meanwhile, Fever, he is still cruising at the lead. He's got... Well, actually, Ruby Acosta's narrowed the gap a little bit.
Another drive-through for the 31 for track limits, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's that curse of the track limit stack. I think you get like 3 warnings, and then afterwards you get a warning, and then a drive-through, and then a warning, and a drive-through.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. If you even get the warning for it anymore. Meanwhile, Alan Chan is appeared to have stayed out for the final stint. 25 seconds to Albert George.
So, with the field all spread out, do you have any,
I do not believe I have any.
Do you have any predictions or any sort of like last second things you might think happen?
Honestly, I think this is a little bit of the post-holiday or like inter-holiday general mood, but I think it's gonna stay fairly consistent for the rest of it. I think this is gonna be that driver's gonna keep it mostly clean. We might see 1 or 2 spins or like a drive-through, maybe, but I don't think anything's gonna really shake up the race too much. I will say I would like to see something shake up the race a little bit, but at the same time, that would come at the detriment to at least one driver. I kind of just want them to be able to, like, you know what, enjoy the rest of their drive and keep things clean.
Yeah, I agree with you. However, I currently see 2 Porsches who do not agree with you on that. Bit of close battling going on between Yuki and Zephyratos. How do you say that?
Zephyratos or Zephyratos?
Zephyratos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Backed off just a bit now, coming a bit wide into that turn, but these two have been going a bit kind of neck and neck throughout the lap.
kind of interesting because there's a 5-lap gap between the 2 cars.
That's what I'm saying, but hey, what's the detriment entertainment for the audience, you know?
Yeah.
Yuki showing off his drifting skills, probably listening to Eurobeat while he does that.
See, that's like a sprint race type music. So unless he's got the playlist preset, that's a risky play.
Yep, however, it's currently in line with our strategy, giving it to him with 40 minutes left of the race, so he's just basically going crazy with the car. He doesn't have to worry about saving anything.
Gotcha. Yeah, could also just be, you know what, it's low stakes. Have a bit of fun.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the kind of stuff that I always encourage with, you know, team racing and stuff. I don't really like the team orders. The only time I think that team orders should be put in place is if it's directly effective for the team. If you're saying, oh, you should let him by because he's faster, in my opinion, that should not be a call that should be made. If, you know, if you think he's faster, then overtake him. Prove it.
Yeah, that should be a driver call.
Yeah.
Like, between teammates, it's kind of like, hey, he's running up on me pretty fast. Yeah, we can play a bit, but you also don't want to crash into each other.
Yep. However, if there is something going on, like, for example, team standings when in regards to points like that, or maybe even a driver's championship where the necessity of a higher finishing place for the car behind the teammate is required, then, you know, that would be...
Yeah, that'd
be grounds for team orders.
Yeah, that would shift it. It all depends on what the stakes are.
Yep.
I'll be honest, I generally run privateer solo until, well, I spent a bit of time in Coda Motorsport.
Okay.
And then, well, now I'm in Yukai.
One,
So,
once again, Yuki just going sideways through the fast, the fast turns there.
yeah,
Rear tires smoking.
yeah, that is, and again, it's not for position, so the fun factor is there. That being
Yeah,
said, Kevin Levige, haven't seen him for a while. He's back out for the final stint. Sizable gaps in front of and behind, but running through.
interesting. Yuki's coming into the pits.
Oh boy.
Well, we do have a whole lap, so we do have a free pit stop, but I don't understand why.
Fuel load?
I made sure to put in a proper amount of fuel.
Yeah, no idea then.
Interesting. Oh well, we got a free pit stop, so we should be good.
Well. Listen to the nice sounds of the Aston V8 for a bit. Best sounding car on track. I'm gonna make that call right now.
Oh, you think the Aston's the best sounding one on track? You gonna
On
discount
track.
the Lamborghini like that?
Yes.
What happened? What happened with your screaming engines, huh? Your high pitch RPMs.
I don't know. The Lamborghini, it just something about the RPM level. I like that in a not necessarily from a sound perspective, but more from a feel perspective.
So you prefer the feel of the Aston Martin over the sound of the Lamborghini?
No, I prefer the sound of the Aston Martin over the feel of the Lamborghini.
Interesting.
No,
And
let
then
me
what are
rephrase that differently. I prefer the sound of the Aston Martin over the sound of the Lamborghini, but I prefer the feel of the Lamborghini over the feel of the Aston Martin.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, what are your thoughts on the other V10 than the Audi Evo 2?
Honestly, about the same as the Lamborghini. Spoilers, my favorite sounding, I'm going to steal this Mav Royal's idea of cockpit cam in the V8 Vantage sounds better. That's a good noise.
It's a good noise.
But I think the best sounding car in the game is the Lexus.
The Lexus V8 is... I can get behind that, but not so much as the best sounding car in the game, but it's a really good sounding car, the Lexus.
Like, I'll give Lamborghini the runner-up. The Lamborghini sounded good from the interior, but, like, come on, the pops? Like,
You see, the reason why the Aston Martin sounds so good is because it's a cross-plane.
Yeah.
It's a cross-plane crank.
I'm pretty sure the Lexus, being my favorite sounding V8 in ACC, is a very, very much a little bit of American bias. Because while there's not a proper American car besides the GT4 Camaro,
Which sounds
heavenly, the Lexus has the American spirit in it.
without a doubt.
Might like your car sound-wise for the next season of V-Track, but it better be the Lexus. You better be bringing Lexi back, Jordan, in chat.
I believe I have heard that he is.
See, this is just painful because I have run the Lexus. But if I go back to V-Track, it's probably going to be the old unfaithful 488.
Well, you see, both in Track GT and V-Track, there will be BOP introduced.
Yep,
And
they're
I
going to be
believe the
using
Lexus is getting -40.
Yep, and V-Track is going to a more sprint format. It's going to be two 30-minute races, if I remember right.
I believe it's 20.
Oh, which I quite like that, personally, but we'll see how it plays out. Because I don't know that I can do... I don't think I can do both leagues and the GTC. But that's for me to figure out.
I'm honestly super excited for the GTC Cup, with being one of the first multi-class events I run for track. It's gonna be very, very interesting to see how they plays out with the different GTC cars on the track, and how they're able to coordinate with team members, being that there are 3 team members per team, and they're each driving a different car of the class, therefore encouraging variety and, car of choice and stuff, strategizing how that all plays out. So yeah, that's a cup series I'm definitely extremely looking forward to.
Yeah, and we'll have to talk offline about car selection. Because I still don't know which one I'm going to be running.
Yep. And I'll be talking to you more about that later.
Yeah.
But currently for the UKI representatives, we have me in the Porsche Cup. We have Eric Gregg in the Lambo, and Isaac Umbras in the Ferrari. Those are the 3 that we currently have confirmed for driving. We still need to decide our other drivers. We will be representing 2 teams. No A or B team. It's going to be team 1 and 2.
Yep.
So we're going to be executing that, and I will let you guys know probably some point this weekend. I'll let you know like half hour before, and then you guys you run a practice, and yeah, we'll get on it. But point aside, we're at about 10 minutes remaining in this race.
Yep. Things are...
Look at very spaced.
Yeah.
Very spaced out.
Yep. Closest gap is 15 seconds. 16 seconds. So, well, again, this was a consistency battle. And, well, they're not... It does leave less for us to comment on with those types of races. I do think that those are good races for drivers.
Yep. Also great to trial new techniques and experiments. On the subject of penalties, another drive-through for track limits for Zeffiratos.
Zeffiratos.
Zeffiratos, yep. With, testing out live stewarding, as you guys have just seen here. And testing out, like, in driver interviews with Ruby Acosta and myself, participating in that. And just, yeah, a great way to close the year out, in my opinion, just with, trying something new right before, you hit your resolution. Which I should actually bring up. What do you have on your list of New Year's resolutions?
I mean, I don't know if it counts as a New Year's resolution because I started in, like, December, but, basically correcting my workout schedule so I actually, like, have a routine again.
I need to do that as well. However, mine is going to consist of increased studies in Japanese. I need to get back into it. I've been on and off, but I need to just get consistently back in the habit of learning it, as I actually will be going to Japan in February to visit Sapporo during the snow festival.
Oh, nice. I guess on the sim racing side of things, doing more iRacing, getting up into the higher leagues, and trying not to just be basically clowning in rookies.
Yeah, easily one of the biggest goals for me for sim racing is to obtain a license for road and participate in an endurance series on top class.
Yeah, like
I need my caddy. I need to be in the Cadillac. It has to happen.
Yeah, I'm still at C class for road. Because up until very recently, there wasn't really anything in B class that I wanted. And then I saw Super Formula.
Oh yeah, Super Formula is B license, and trust me when I say this, when you start it, it's gonna scare the crap out of you.
Yeah. Which, honestly, I could go for that mood every now and then. But being able to get good at it would be such a feeling. But I have to actually, like... I can handle the USF, and the Indy Pro is still a little spicy for me, but being able to get that down. Yeah, also my I rating is in, like, the low thousands, so... After the troubles happened...
No.
Yeah, 7 minutes left. Fairly wide gaps throughout. I think the only thing that's going to lead to a position change is going to be some kind of oopsie daisies.
Oopsie whoopsie.
Yep.
Winding down here a bit.
Yep.
Not only in the race, but physically.
Honestly, yeah, you especially because you were driving.
Yep. Being up since 5 a.m. as well doesn't help.
Yo.
And hey, we
if
have
it isn't a
Mr.
Jordan brunch.
Well, actually, that works out. So with the race closing down here, I actually have a couple questions for you, Mr. Brunch. You want to walk us through what happened with the Team Irish McLaren and the retirement?
Alright, so basically what happened for nobody who knows yet, my pedals weren't working, so I quit the game. Then I tried rejoining, still didn't work, and so then Lucas had to go, so I had to retire the car. So when I tried to rejoin, sometimes it bugs out and puts you in another car.
Mm-hmm.
So I was put in the number 78, but yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate, and I send my deepest condolences to you guys, as you were very strong, and obviously with the team stint timer, it is required that each driver has a minimum race time of half an hour, otherwise, penalties might ensue or disqualification. So very unfortunate to see you guys out of the race, but we will not discredit your strong performance that you guys had while you were still there.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
guys
made
were running pretty strong podium.
At least on the bright side, though, is I became a team negotiator slash engineer for the number 43 car.
Yes,
There you go.
indeed you did. Just a bit. The unfortunate thing with being a commentator while driving at the same time is communication, obviously not being as effective as one would like it to be.
But I'm I'm lost for words. It's just me and Lucas's last race for the year, and it ends out like this. It's not nice, but never know. We might do a race together tomorrow
Yeah,
to
just
close out the year.
do a fun run.
But fun enough, I was watching the broadcast. You mentioned the best sounding cars. I agree with Charles. The best sounding car, best looking car, best overall car. Flex. Don't add me.
If it weren't for the criminal amounts of understeer, they would be my favorite car.
Apparently I'm just a mess because
But I agree with you on 2 out of 3 of those fronts.
it's pretty strong here. Funnily enough, with Paul Ricard, it's with a straight line speed, it's like a rocket. But corners, well,
Yeah.
Lexus got a Lexus.
Yeah, the straight line speed seeming to very much benefit the Ferraris around here compared to the aero efficiency of the McLaren. Were you guys just losing the majority of your battles on the straights because of that unfortunate aero efficiency?
Yeah, it's just we didn't have the straight line. I don't think it was down to ballast because I asked Lucas, "Do you think it's down to ballast? It's preventing us to go quicker down the straights." No, it's just the other cars are quicker. Maybe too much aero in the car, but even then we're running very little aero, so the Ferraris just must be stronger in the straights.
seem to be without tow, at least a 5 km an hour difference between the two. So, watching from the booth here, we had seen that between the McLarens and the Ferraris, but a bit unfortunate. But with a new year comes a new season, and we hope to see a lot of action from that as well.
Well, a new couple seasons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we have 3 new championships. As you mentioned before, GTC, brand new championship. We have V-Trek and Trek GT Season 4.
Yeah. I'm not sure if GTC is going to be broadcast, though. It's kind of unfortunate.
It is, seeing as it's multi-class. I think it would offer entertainment towards that. But obviously,
we might have to look into us as the media team might have to look into making some highlight reels so folks can kind of watch that.
Yeah, I'll need to probably do something with that. On the subject of GTC, will you be participating in that, Jordan?
I was wondering enough about to ask you that question because I know you said you're in the Porsche Cup. It piqued my interest because I don't have a team for it, but I was thinking about also signing up in the Porsche Cup.
So, yeah, but currently with Team Yukai, we're gonna have 2 teams. Not A or B team, but we will have 2 teams. And we're currently in the process of deciding who's driving who. We have half our drivers currently allocated to cars, and we still need to figure out what the other half will be driving.
So, speaking of which, we have just hit the last lap of the race with Fever getting ready to bring it on home. As he goes in.
Going through the S's.
Yep.
Rounding out the first sector after he goes through that little 90-degree turn. Yeah, at this point, just smile and wave, boys.
Yep. With this being the last lap, there's not really any gap close enough to lead into any fights. So it just becomes, don't mess up. Don't bin it.
Keep it clean and bring her home.
Oh, I'm laughing. Well, I'm not laughing. I'm more amused that, fun enough, all 3 of us in the booth. I've done commentary in the passages now, and I've, fun enough, commentated races before with both of you. But now we're all 3 of us together.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still laughing at Monza with that one car that went airborne at the first chicane.
Oh, yeah, the flyer.
Lambo. Yep, that was... Yeah, the Lambo getting a bit airborne there. That was very interesting to watch.
That race
however,
was...
driving in the race at V-Trek around Monza was not as pleasant for me, unfortunately.
Oh.
I mean, it's probably a lot more pleasant than what happened to me.
My sim rig fell apart last time I raced Monza.
Monza's bad.
Monza's got its own special curse.
I mean, to be fair, you were mentioning iRacing earlier. It's Monza combined with the first quarter chicanes is the skip arbors.
But
And that is Nathaniel crossing the line in the lead after
doing a huge
frankly dominant performance.
To celebrate, yeah.
Yeah, that was honestly, if it weren't for that drive-through, he might have been able to lap Hiccup and maybe even Acosta.
It's entirely possible he did, yeah, but absolute dominance coming out of Fever there to win the race, with Ruby Acosta now coming behind him to finish second, if they can make that stick, which they should be able to.
Yeah,
rounding.
I think it would be very difficult not to.
I think it's very poetic that a French driver won the final round of this championship at the French.
Oh yeah, sure enough, Nathaniel Fever is French.
The thing is, if it was a French car as well, it'd be all French all on the board.
I don't think we have one of those for GT3.
As we now
bring the Alpine, make a GT3.
As we now see more and more drivers cross the line for the last race of the year for Track GT.
Our positioning, winning the race, Nathaniel Fever. Second place, Ruby Acosta. Followed by Mortiz Hiccup. Bryce Millara.
Oh,
we're going to ignore that for now. Let the stewards look at that. Chris Tedder. Albert George. Alan Chan. Calvin Levige. Paige Morton.
Aether Yuki,
Currently is a
Rick
blown
Grat.
tire.
and Andre Zafaratos, bringing it in at the end. As well as 2 DNFs, or DSQs.
That would be Lucas, Mystery.
Yeah, Lucas and Mystery. And our co-commentator.
Our co-commentator, yes.
Our last minute third man in the booth.
Yes, the third wheel for the commentary team.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned yet, but all 3 cars on the podium are Ferraris.
Yep, that,
Yeah, that was brought
And
up
all
in
of them, if Fever was in the number 73 instead of 74, it would all have the number 3 as well. Somewhere in there.
yeah, just about got it. Yeah, that was, again, that was more of a pace race than it was a battling race, but these are good for drivers. Be able to chill for a bit. With that concludes the final season of in tracc.eu overall, with the next one coming in. Actually, I think it's next week, isn't it? It's the 6th is when the next seasons start, and I think it starts with the Tracc GT3 Cup.
And with that, the 2023 season comes to an end.
Yep. Please do feel free to join us in 2024 as for our 4-hour our V4H, the GT3 Cup, and the VTrack series. If you like VTubers, that's gonna be the one to watch. GT3 is gonna be fun. And with that, I think we can kind of wrap it up there. So, if you tuned in, thanks for doing so. If you're watching this as a broadcast after the fact, you are also cool. And until next time, we will see you on the racetrack with 2 C's in accordance with the tracc.eu streamer guidelines.
We will see you on the track. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, folks.